national average of women students is 49%. Another important feature is that the process of liberalization that created greater inequalities also involves the expansion of higher education. That followed by a subsequent change in the social composition of the institutes of higher education through reservation policies. This includes colleges in urban North India, which are becoming hubs for attracting students from surrounding area. They are not only visible in statistics, but in everyday spaces of the city. The physical mobility of young women in higher education created a new form of sociability that is different from the relationship they have with their families. Higher education spaces are public institutions in which young people create a private world. It is during their college days that many young people move away from their families, either by physically moving out of their homes or by being exposed to new world as a young adult, and thus develop non-kin relationships. I have conducted my field work in the city of Uttar Pradesh. My field site are Allahabad University and Chaudhry Mahadev Prasad College. Once a university city, Allahabad is now famous for its coaching centers. Young women from surrounding 8 districts and states flood to the city to both attend college and coaching classes to enhance their chances of getting government employment. My research subjects are undergraduate women students who are studying in BSc, BA, and BCom in both of these institutions. My research is ethnographic, and I have used mixed method for data collection, and that includes spending time within and outside college spaces, visiting their place of stay to the extent possible. I spent almost 2 years in my field site between 2017 to 2019, and the number of respondents are about 120. My respondents can be divided into 2 broader categories: the native of the city and the ones who have migrated from various districts of Uttar Pradesh and surrounding states like Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. Among them, about 60% are from outside of the city. The ones who are from the city lives with their families. Others live in university women's hostel, in big or privately run hostels, or in small paying guest accommodations, or in flat sharing. There are also many cases where the respondents stay with their elder brothers, sisters, and cousins. In such cases, the brother or sister is preparing for one or the other competitive examinations for admission or government deployment, and the respondents are enrolled in their college degrees. In few cases, some of these young women stay with their uncles or relatives. They can be largely divided into familial set of living arrangements and non-familial ones. In a handful of cases, the entire family shifted to Allahabad for their daughter's education. Sorry. So sorry, Allahabad University has a separate compound for women's hostel, and this is women's university women's hostel, and this is also the picture of university women's hostel, and this picture is one of the big private hostels in the city. The main gate of the university women hostel closes at 8 p.m. and the gate of each hostel closes at 9 p.m. There are 5 hostels within the women's hostels. The hostel residents cannot even go to other hostels within the compound after 9 p.m. The hostels are given based on their courses and degrees. There is one CCTV camera at the main gate, which is mostly non-functional. Among the 5 hostels, only 2 have a functional mess. Among private hostels, there are 2 types of hostels. One which caters to 100 to 150 young inmates along with a mess facility. And the mid-range hostels that have about 30 to 50 inmates, and they also have mess facilities. There are also small PGs which have 5 to 21 room accommodations and shared bathroom and kitchen. In these PGs, which are also called lodges, many women stay with older brothers who are mostly preparing for one or the other competitive exams. Because of strict rules of no access to visitors in the big private hostels, it was impossible for me to enter these spaces. My ideas about these hostels are therefore guided by observation and students' perceptions. I would like to bring in certain discussions that we have on young people and physical spaces that create certain kind of sociability. Shilpa Phadke and her co-researchers describe the politics of space and gender in their study of women and public spaces in Bombay city. While unpacking the politics of hanging out, they emphasize women's right to access public spaces for fun and just loiter. In their work, to loiter in public spaces without any purpose has been linked to the idea of pleasure, which involves one's ability to take risks. They argue that this pleasure of risk taking is not equally available to everyone and is considered a masculine trait widely acceptable in our society. While discussing in detail the politics of public spaces and its gendered nature to access them without purpose, Fadke and his co-researchers seems to assume that the primary and most significant form of pleasure for women is to be able to achieve an uncontrolled claim to public spaces. However, I would like to suggest that acts of loitering are a privilege of gender and class. Spaces are embedded with meanings through how people move within and through them. Her argument does not make enough room for how women may relate differently to moving within such public spaces in an urban context, especially when we look at the lives of women students in a non-metropolitan like Allahabad. The campaign Pijra Tod, that is started by a group of women students in Delhi University in 2005, brought into public discussion what it means to occupy hostel spaces. The collective aimed to question the patriarchal control of women in academic spaces by challenging the hostel and paying guest accommodations discriminatory rules for men and women. Pijra Tod attempted to politicize the conversation on women, higher education, and physical spaces that young women students inhabited. They compared hostel spaces to a cage, in which young women students were subjected to a regime of surveillance by imposing timings to control their mobility. The campaign gained the attention of several colleges, mainly in Delhi and other parts of India, but that also limited to the big cities. However, in their attempt to politicize and problematize the hostel spaces as restricted to young women by equating them as an extension of family-like control, I would like to suggest that they have not paid enough attention to the positive social meaning that these living spaces signify. The campaign's critique has validity, but it does not deal with the complexity of the ways young women occupy these spaces. Sneha Krishnan, in her ethnographic work on women students in Chennai city, equates hostels for women as pressure cookers. Krishnan refers to the spaces of hostel as a network of surveillance that controls women's bodies and sexuality. Krishnan and campaign like Pijra Tod do not pay sufficient attention to the social world inside the hostel. Hostels are spaces of co-living that produce more intimate forms of sociability that comes with living together. I'm going to show the life inside the hostel through the narratives of two young women students, Umme Salma and her roommate Divya Verma. Umme is from Ghazipur and Divya belongs to Faizabad, two prominent districts of Eastern UP. They both were studying in third year of their undergraduate degree when I met them. Although I met them in early 2018, I visited their hostel rooms multiple times, which allowed me to see their everyday lives inside the hostel. They lived in Priyadarshini Hostel, one of the hostels for undergraduate women students inside University Women's Hostel compound. They have been living together for about 2 years. The first time I visited Umme in her room, she introduced me to Divya. They become close, and as Divya says, we never had a single fight with each other. Divya does not attend many classes and mostly studies in the hostel room. I asked, what is better, hostel or home? Divya says that the hostel is better than home. And it feels nicer here. I get a chance to live alone, which is not possible at home. During the time of getting basic information form fill, they provided information about each other. On the column of salary, Divya mentioned Umme's father's salary, and Umme remembered Divya's mobile number. When I asked, how do you know that? They said it together. We are roommates. We know everything about each other. This is a level of familiarity that is evident in these sentences. The relationship between the roommates also has an important aspect of everyday social reproduction. On one hand, their friendships are knowing about each other, but also working together to fulfill everyday needs. Not all the hostels inside the women's hostel compound have a functional mess, as I have already mentioned. Most of the inmates prefer to cook in their rooms as it is less expensive and better. In their room, they have a burner, utensils, and spices that are required to cook meals and make tea. And I have had meals and tea in their rooms on multiple occasions during my fieldwork. The roommates in most cases cook together and it is a part of their everyday routine. Cooking and eating then becomes an act of sharing time and connecting with each other. Another respondent named Nidhi Maurya, who stays in one of the hostels and was studying in BSc third year when I met her in early 2018. Sorry, she was studying in BSc second year. She likes living in a hostel very much and mentioned that she feels lonely when she goes home now. It feels better in the hostel, says Nidhi. The hostel does not have power cut. There is a garden and it is peaceful. She further says that it is good also that my roommate and I are batchmates. It is easier to talk with her if there is any problem and we sort it out. In their room, they cook together and sometimes their neighbors join them. It is not that all the women knows how to cook. In those cases, their roommate and sometimes seniors help them. In the case of Umesh, she does not know how to cook. Since there is no mess in their hostel, Divya cooks food in the room. She says that she makes everything, pulses, rice, vegetable, etc. and cooks non-veg also sometimes. Umesh says very fondly, Divya cooks very tasty food. I'm using cooking together as an act to show that what these young women are doing together inside their hostel rooms. Other than cooking, the roommates are also the first person with whom they confine in the case of any incident. As they are the one who share the closest physical proximity by the virtue of living together. The friends inside hostels and lodges watch movies together, study, dance, prepare for hostel events, and have small joys. Sometimes they also help each other during times of financial crisis, if they are in a position to do so. They also go out to places, shopping, and attend coaching classes together. These female friendships inside hostel creates what Riti Lopez called home away from home. Other than doing everyday chores together and spending time doing things for leisure, they also take care of each other. Ume has migraine and keep falling sick. She sometimes faints as well. Divya narrated an incident. One day I was cooking food in the room. When I went to her bed to wake her up, I realized that she was unconscious all this time. I dragged her out of the bed and took her to the water cooler. I poured a lot of cold water on her face. Then only she became conscious. I became very scared. Umme mentioned that she gets enormous care from her roommate. Umme is very thin and during our multiple interactions, Divya always mentioned that Umme should eat more and should gain some weight. Nidhi Maurya, who I have mentioned earlier, says that her roommate takes her to the doctor when she falls ill. Another respondent, Pragati Raj, who is in BA first year and lives in one of the university women's hostel compound, also shares the same feeling. She says, my roommate is very good. She takes care of me a lot, always stays near me in case I fall sick. On normal days, we cook and clean together. The hostel gates get closed at 9 p.m. as I have already mentioned. In case of medical emergency, the roommate or neighbors call the hospital superintendent to seek permission to go to hospital. They also accompany the sick ones to go to the hospital and sometimes stay with them unless it is something severe and they have to call their families. In those cases, they take care of the sick person till the time their families or guardian arrives. They take care of, few have mentioned that their friends or roommate cleaned their puke when they were ill. Almost all the respondents who have migrated from their native places mentioned that they used to cry and feel lonely when they first moved to the city, as they did not had any friends and they did not know anyone beforehand. But however, this scenario starts changing once they make friends in their hostels. These friendships among the young women transcend the boundaries of caste and religion, but are formed mostly among people of similar social background. These young women are dependent on each other. For the day scholars, it is in the form of sitting together in college, going to the canteen, in few cases going for shopping and going to places in the city. For hostlers, this goes much deeper. This kind of mutual dependency is both emotional and physical in nature. Even by saying that these care support system of codependencies are important in the lives of these young women, this does not in any way undermine the centrality of family. The world of friendships become a parallel support system, especially in the case of ones who stay away from their families. In most of the cases, these friendships are not based on the exchange of material goods. For many, it becomes a world in which they invest their time, care, and emotions. This sharing leads to certain form of non-sexual intimacies that requires scholarly attention. These young women are at the current juncture of transition. On the one hand, they still seek and get support from their families, but are creating their own world of friendships. These friendships occupy the larger canvas of social relationships that young women form during their years of higher education. I would like to bring in certain discussion. The concern with the campaigns such as Pinja Tod and scholars like Fatke is that there is a certain kind of glorification of the outside world, such that curfew timings are only an obstacle to explore them. There is a certain kind of hierarchy that gets assumed between public and private, in which the public is seen as liberatory and the private as regressive. The women students of Allahabad city do not make such hierarchies. They do not see liberation in the uncontrolled access to public spaces. They ask for CCTV cameras as they feel it is good for their security, as there are often incidents of harassment at the university women's hostel gate. If you look at the kind of sociability that is being produced in the context of students in Allahabad city, many frames and assumptions seem to break down. When the outside is either risky, gendered, and not glorified, the space inside hostels becomes a world of glorification, comfort, growing up, and forming bond. Given the social location my respondent come from, hostel spaces have a special meaning. For them to be able to have a room of their own, if they have to share it with another roommate, has a significant meaning. To be able to wear shorts or whatever clothes they want to wear inside their hostel rooms, or to be able to wake up late if they want to, gives some sense of liberty. They feel like adults as they are able to take some control over their everyday lives because they live far from their families. The spaces of hostels have multiple meanings to the young women, and they do not see them as cage. This gives them the opportunity to meet and make friends with women from various backgrounds. By showing their lives inside hostels, I argue that those networks become a support system for women students who live away from their families. They hold an important place in the life of women students and are cherished. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Renu. It is a very understudied, area that you've looked at, and we are very privileged to have you share your presentation. And I know several of the panelists have found resonances across the two papers, but first we'll listen to Fran and then we'll move to the other panelists. Fran?
Thank you, Leah. And thank you to both Leah and Professor Niranjana for inviting me to be part of this exciting event. And especially thanks to Anne and Renu. It's lovely to meet you both here and to learn about your work. I was so excited listening to the papers now and reading Anne's paper beforehand, because it's just such, both of you, it's just such exciting work. At this, but I think this is a very well curated panel, nicely done in the way that both papers do speak to each other so clearly and so fascinatingly about the ways in which femininities are reworked and elaborated in and through educational mobilities, through the particular mechanisms of negotiations on the one hand around sex, gender, morality, and moralities, plural. On the other hand, particularly in Anne's paper, the way in which all of this intersects with the complicated politics of ethnocultural identity in the specific case of Tibetan young women in China. So there's just so much to unpack and speak about. So rather than just blathering on, which I suspect easily do, I'll try and be systematic, and I'll speak to Anne's paper first, and raise a couple of questions there before I move on to Renu's paper and raise a couple of questions there. And hopefully this will give us time in the program also, obviously, for, I guess, a discussion among the three of us and a bit of a broader discussion as well after this. So I will begin with Anne's paper, which I also read in the written form before hearing the paper today. You know, it was fascinating. So what fascinated me, perhaps predictably, in this paper was, first of all, the similarities in the gendered experiences of young Tibetan women who travel to China's inner or eastern cities for study, and the young Chinese women, Han Chinese women, who travel to Australia for study, with whom I've been working. So there are huge numbers of similarities there in the way that these two groups of very different women seem to be narrating their experiences. But then that also there's significant differences in the way that they did so, which I'll come to in a moment, which I also found fascinating. So in terms of the similarities, I was highlighting, like every second line in your paper, Anne, things that are similar are the increased sense of what I would call individualized identity, this discourse of valuing time for myself. And actually, Renu, I mean, of course, I see that in your paper as well, with the young women who are living in the hostels. So this kind of, some form of kind of at least slightly increased individualization, both at the everyday practical level of living alone, learning the skills of independent living, whether that's cooking or whatever, shopping, you know, housekeeping, whatever else it is. And also a kind of ideological individualization, I guess, particularly in your paper, Anne, this discourse of time for oneself and the value of that. Second, identification with a kind of self-focused, what I would call enterprising selfhood. So trying to get ahead on one's own terms, making a career, and maybe lightly questioning some of the more traditional aspects of the family culture, particularly this critique, the third point, of the normative marriage-centered standard feminine life course. This is also common to the young women from China who come to Australia. The pleasure in self-focused consumption, it sounded, some of those phrases sounded, I suspect, almost exactly the same as my respondents have said to me about the pleasures of spending on oneself. Professional or career orientation, moderating those marriage plans. And then also similar is actually the elders' anxieties about young women's educational mobility affecting their sex gender morality to greater or lesser degrees. This also is the case with the young women who come to Australia. When I spoke to their mothers, they sometimes said things like, and I think this was an encoded reference to this kind of anxiety, you know, we hope she takes the good things from Western culture and leaves the bad. And I gather the bad is possibly, you know, often an anxiety about what will happen to a young woman's or a daughter's sex gender morality. So all of these similarities made me wonder, and I've wondered this just generally anyway, but both of your papers kind of highlight this question. I wonder whether sometimes it's the material fact of mobility itself, especially that distance from the elders, the distance from the elders' surveillance. Even if you submit yourself to surveillance by a security camera in a hostel, that's a bit different from your grandmother or your auntie or your mother. So there's distance from the elders and the imperative to learn those independent living skills. These material facts, which in a sense are common across a whole lot of different groups of young women who travel for education. Is it these facts that on one hand seem to produce these gendered effects like everyday individualization? And I say that in distinction to thinking is the specific character of the places where you begin and end. Is there something just inherent in moving for a young woman that maybe leads to these kinds of subjective outcomes? So that's kind of like a general, like abstract question for both paper. And I love the sound of your field work. I mean, it just sounds absolutely thrilling and to see these alternative social worlds that the young women are making in the hostels. And I very much appreciate what you're arguing there, that not only is the physical mobility of these young women in higher education producing new social relations in a broad sense, and revealing these kind of hitherto neglected, quite generative and positive social worlds inside the hostels. but also that this enables us to critique that notion of the public sphere as inherently liberatory for women and the private sphere as inherently regressive. I love that. And I see it reflected in your work, not only because the hostels are literally kind of in the private sphere, because they're the interior spaces of the hostels, but also the activities, you know, cooking, for example. When you say, oh, these young women are cooking, you might initially think, well, that doesn't sound very kind of, you know, feminist liberatory, but in this case, maybe it is. So I think it's fascinating. So I wondered, I actually have 3 questions here for you. The first one is about what I would want to call, and I've been playing around with this idea, but I haven't kind of really written about it yet, this notion of a gendered, what I want to call a gendered counter-public. And I'm again thinking predictably about the Chinese students in Australia, who I found by having so much contact with each other, these were all broadly middle-class, urban young women from China who hung out in big groups with each other in Australia as a result of social exclusion, largely from the local society. And I saw them when they got together, what they were doing was elaborating a kind of pop feminist discourse, which was critical of the normative feminine life course. Like, oh, all my cousins are getting married already. They're having babies. They're too young. You know, oh, my parents are giving me this marriage pressure and I want to resist it. You know, isn't studying abroad changing the way we look, the way we feel, maybe also the way we look and the way we feel about ourselves compared to cousins and friends and ex-classmates back at home. So I observed that collectivity, and I felt as though the fact that they could speak with each other about these things was like having an accelerator effect on the development of the counter discourse. Like if they hadn't had each other, they may not have articulated those thoughts so clearly and felt that they were becoming different. So I wonder were there explicit conversations about the annoyingness of family pressure or the annoyingness of kind of traditional sex gender morality among the young women that you worked with in a similar way?
Okay, so thank you so much, friends, for your feedback and the question. So in a way that, of course, the way you are saying that the friendships were formed within that, like the same community, in my work, I see the friendships were formed within the same kind of social location, which is like same kind of class backgrounds. And at the same time, so my field is slightly, this is one of the aspects, another important aspect of my field is that most of these young women are articulating to have government jobs through competitive exams. So they're also planning their future. So that also becomes one kind of combining factors in the way friendships are being formed. So of course they do, and it's not like that anyone can get the chance because you need resources, you need family support. So these are also the combining factor in which people become friends. And of course they share their problems, they talk about their families, they do a whole lot of things. So of course they do all of that thing. But I'm looking at the same idea of family centrality and their role in a different context. I'm saying that families are important to be able to decide how far one can go and what they can think and what they can do. So of course there are pressures. Not everyone can do whatever they want to do. They have to get married after graduation. So that is that kind of concern. But at the same time, in whatever limited time, they can do with each other, like the kind of fun and the kind of liberty they can have with each other. That also gives them, that also becomes one of the binding factors. So in that context, hostels, and as well as I haven't presented much about the college spaces because I was focusing more on the students who have migrated from different places. But the colleges are also that kind of places which also form that kind of social relations between friends. And they also use those spaces to explore and to bond and do a whole lot of other things. I don't know if I have answered your questions or not.
No, that's great. I mean, so it's kind of like this temporary zone of a kind of limited form of something different from what you're going to get later. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I'm.
It's a window of freedom. It's a window of freedom in that limited time, and they want to explore it. And exploration, as we think, doesn't mean has to be sexual exploration in all those cases. So that is why I wanted to focus more on a friendship part.
Yeah. Oh, I get that. No, absolutely. No, I mean, what I meant was, did you feel that by virtue of these social worlds that you're describing so richly, they develop a kind of collective gender politics that is different than it would be if they hadn't been in that situation? You know, does it kind of accelerate some sort of gendered consciousness that they wouldn't have had if they had studied somehow as the only woman in the city, or if they hadn't studied away, or if they didn't have each other's friendship? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I won't know if they have articulated in a collective way, but during the time of field, whenever I would talk to them and ask them, why do you want to get a job? So for these young women, so I'm bringing a lot of individual voice and trying to give them a collective argument. For them, the idea of having jobs to get some kind of power, earn their own money, and have some kind of freedom and some kind of like say in their own lives. So we want to say that it can be a gendered politics to be able to see the idea of financial independence and making economy as something very instrumental for to be able to have some kind of control over their own lives. That did appear.
Yeah, that's absolutely a form of gendered. I mean, I think this desire for economic independence, it's huge. I mean, and that's certainly got a gender political aspect. So yeah, that's fascinating. Thank you. I better move on to my next question here. I had too many. Yeah, I want to ask about cooking, cooking together in the hostels. I sort of touched on this a little bit before. You know, traditionally, cooking is, of course, a very gendered form of labor, and it doesn't sound liberatory. But as part of the young women's culture, doing this together in their hostel rooms, I'm imagining them with little burner stoves and things. Maybe it takes on a new and different meaning as one of the skills of independent living. I mean, if you're going to be financially independent, if you're going to maybe delay marriage at least, or not get married, you know, the second you graduate, you might need to have skills such as, if you're going to work away from home, I don't know if they will do that or they want to, but you need these skills like which may be traditionally gendered as feminine, but which nevertheless then get revalued as a form of independent living skill. I mean, is that how you see the cooking or not?
Sorry. So I'm not saying that cooking is something liberatory. I am just saying that is a part of everyday reproducing their lives, that they do it together. And because they have to do it together, it becomes an activity in which they create friendships and form bond. I'm not giving cooking as in like liberatory meaning here. I'm just saying that these are the things which they are doing together.
Okay, I get that. I want to see it as liberatory. I don't know. I'm probably again coloured by my own respondents who came from these middle-class families where all they had done, just I'm caricaturing, but kind of the way they put it to me was all they had done before coming overseas was study. Like as a middle-class urban Chinese woman, you've just got to study all the time. You've got no life skills. So you come to Australia, it's like, wow, I can cook rice. Wow, I can fry an egg. This is amazing. This blows my mind. You know, it kind of is. It sounds silly, but it's kind of quite an interesting experience to learn these skills. So it sounds like it's I imagine rather different for you, for the
because it's a different kind of location. They are mostly lower middle class, working class. Yeah. Even if they don't stay in hostel, even if they live with their families, cooking is something they have to do. So they cannot avoid doing household work. That is an integral part of their experiences of higher education as well.
Yes. Okay, and they probably already know how to cook. Okay, thank you. The final question I wanted to ask is, because of this discussion of women in educational settings living together and being friends, and I'm not referring to anything sexual, like you said, but is there a modern tradition of kind of intense friendships between girls in girls' schools in the Indian context? I mean, there's a huge tradition of this in the Chinese context right back to the late 19th century. regardless of how we read those friendships, just kind of friendships between, like intense friendships between girls in women's education is part and parcel of the modern gender and educational kind of scene or culture in that national cultural context. I'm not sure about the case in India, or even if there is such a tradition, whether this is you would see it as connected or not really.
Could you just like elaborate what do you mean by intense friendships?
Well, there's a literary cultural representations, for example, of I'm talking now about school age girls, so girls from 12 to 18 having extremely close, loving friendships with each other in the context of girls' dormitories and schools. They're more or less romanticized or not at all romanticized, but they're very intense. And there's like all these modernist stories about this. And it's this kind of image of schoolgirl friendships has come through right into the modern period and the contemporary period, in film, in television series, in the way women think about their own sort of autobiographies. So I'm not sure if that's, and I mean, that's not just China, it's also Japan, Korea. It's kind of a Northeast Asian trend, it seems. So I'm not sure what the situation in South Asia, and particularly in India, is with something like that, or is it just completely irrelevant to this situation?
I mean, I touched upon a bit on it, and I am not calling them intense friendships. I'm calling them intimacies. Those are not sexual in the nature. I'm seeing them differently than the romantic, intimate relationship they have with their with their partners. But there is also there is an aspect of intimacies which one can see in these friendships. That of course need much more work, and it's not something I really focus more on it. But that appeared in a way that two of the respondents who were studying in Ahmedabad University together moved to Delhi together to do coachings. So in that way, their friendships also did not end it with their degrees. Or if the way they clean each other's puke, or they carry each other, or in joke they touch each other's bodies also sometimes, and the kind of emotional bond they have. So in that way, I'm trying to give a term as intimacies.
That's great. I didn't mean that they had to be sexual. I mean, they're not. It's more just kind of that sort of intimacy. But does that link to a longer tradition in women's schooling in India, do you think, or not necessarily?
I mean, I might not be a right person to say. I think
that's okay.
There are other more qualified people who can just
okay.
on it.
That's fine. That's just an idiosyncratic question.
No, it's okay. I really like this intense and intimacy aspect when we talk about women, because otherwise, like dominantly, when we use the term, we think it's romance.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So okay. I really like
Good. All right. Well, that's my discussion part. Leah, should we? I think that what do we do now? The program is suggesting a general discussion. Is that right?
Right. Thanks, Fran, and thanks, Anne and Renu. So I'm sure several of the panelists have found many resonances across the different papers, and I know for sure that at least, let me see, Michelle, Pidong, Willie, with Anne's paper. Jane, unfortunately, is not well. So, but Anne, Renu, there are a lot of overlaps between Jane's paper and yours as well. So Craig will be presenting that. So I think some of the same, threads will come up about young women and sort of non-oppositional agency, if you will, where they're not sort of, openly resisting, but there are incremental changes that are happening with patriarchal formations. So a lot of the, themes will definitely come up again in the other panels. But now we'll be opening up for all the other panelists for questions and a general discussion. And also Tejaswini, I mean, she's written a lot about femininity and intimacy in India, and we'd love to hear from you as well. Okay, this is the awkward silence. Yasmin.
Hi. Yeah, I'll go first. I guess I was. Thank you for the presentations. Both of them are very interesting. I have a question for Renu because I'm interested in this concept of immobility. And from your story, it sounds like the women faced constraints on their mobility both at home and in their school or in this campus. But they seem to interpret their immobility or constraints that they face in a more positive way when they're in school rather than when they're at home. When, some people might say the reasons behind these constraints are the same: safety and making sure that they're not harassed. So can you say more about how they interpreted these different constraints, and why was there this difference in how they viewed the way their movements were impeded in different ways? I'm curious as to how they interpreted immobility in such different ways.
Shall I go? Okay. Thank you, Yasmin, for the question. Of course, I think the way I began, I wanted to point out that higher education spaces are very interesting. They are public spaces, but at the same time, there are private lives. There people make private relationships, and those are definitely different than families. So in that way, even if there are CCTV cameras, even if there are security, college spaces or living spaces such as hostels does create certain kind of give some kind of freedom and give some kind of opportunity for them to explore their lives and to work towards in their careers. So I think that's how, so in a way that even with the ones who stays with their families and they have to go back to their homes at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, still they find time to do things in the college spaces. They might not go to the city, because when you are a native in the city like Allahabad, if you go out to mall or other places, there are chances that someone familiar would bump into you. So someone will see you. So physical places, physical public spaces doesn't give that kind of freedom which we imagined that would give, which college spaces and living spaces does provide them. So I don't know if I've answered your question or not. If you want, we can talk more about it. I mean, I'm not saying that there is a complaint. I'm not saying that they see families as controlling in all the cases, because the one who comes out of their families, who have migrated from their families are important, because if their families won't give them permission, they won't be able to come from different cities, or they won't be able to take admission also. So they are, but I mean, however traditional and controlling family could be, but in their own imagination, it doesn't appear in that larger context. This context is different. That's family, which is important. It has certain role, and these are friendships which are important. That also has certain role, and each doesn't replace anyone.
No, that's really interesting. Thank you so much. And yeah, we should talk more.
Just to add, there's some very interesting recent work on similar locations which sort of point out the sort of faulty assumptions that general work on metro-focused, women's intimacy tends to make. Savita Suresh Babu's PhD thesis, it was in the concept note, one of the references, because that's, I think, one of the very interesting work on women's hostels that's very recent as well. And also Nandini Hebar. So these are two references which speak to very similar themes. And the location, caste, class locations are extremely important in how these get sort of formulated.
Thank you, Leah. I'm going to look at them. Thank you.
Yes, please, Tejaswini.
I just wanted to ask Renu something. It's a very fascinating study, Renu, and I think it really allows us to critique the very conventional forms of feminism that pop up everywhere and are the easy default option, like in pop feminism of various kinds. So I think that is very, very fruitful to listen to your research. My question had to do with the space of higher education, which you, as rightly pointed out, has many, many kinds of affordances for the young women from small towns who are able to come there, or even the natives of Allahabad who cannot go out but can do a lot of things inside the space of higher education. You're talking about the physical space of higher education, but let's also expand that to a more metaphorical sense of what higher education provides. Let's talk about the 3 or now 4 years of undergrad education, maybe even the masters, right? So my question is, if indeed the space of higher education is a space where a lot of churning is happening and a lot of new opportunities open up, do they get closed off when the young women leave that space, or do they help them to transform both, relationship with family, relationship in the workplace, relationship in with the world outside? To what extent does higher education uh, make available this form of transformation in the larger world?
Thank you, Tejasvi, for your comment and question. Uh, I think one of the thing is the idea about being transferred when they leave their college degrees. It depends on many factors. It depends on the location they comes from, the kind of resources they have, and the kind of family backgrounds they belong to. So interestingly, the kind of I'm sorry, I'm just a little lost. The relationship with family changes in some cases it doesn't change. For example, if someone has to marry off in 2 years, they can bargain to marry off in 3 years and 4 years. But to be able to do that, they have to show a purpose. For example, they have to either attend some coaching, give some kind of exams, trying to get a job. But beyond 3 years, 4 years, they cannot do it. So in that way, marriage becomes a very defining, I think an event in their lives, and around which a lot of things are being done. In the case of ones who are actually preparing for competitive exams, because a lot of the women responded in my field data want to become an IS officer through UPSC or want to get different kind of government jobs. They have a different kind of relationship with their families, in which their families are actually investing in their careers and futures. So in that way, there are like more window open compared to the other context. But I won't say it might change them, but then also there is a sense of reality. There is a sense of awareness in when they go to college, that how far they can go, what they can negotiate for, and what they cannot negotiate for. Certain things, of course, is impossible. For example, if someone wants to go to a different city, it's not possible in all the cases, and they know it. So it's not like that most of them are going to even argue with their families, because there is a lot of dependency. There is a financial dependency on the family. There is a different kind of security which family gives. So I think it might change them within that spaces, but it's very momentarily. I don't see it like changing their relationships or making them some kind of different kind of democratization that can take place in their families after their degrees. I don't see it happening much. It might happen once they get job, because that is why most of this focus is just to clear some exam in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, get a good job, get their own money. So in that way, I think having your own money becomes a parameter around which negotiations can take place, and not only through degrees. I don't know if I've answered your question or not, but I think that's what my...
Building off on what Willie and Anne were talking about, if you could speak to romance, because one of the things that Savita writes about is that the young women in her study were very hesitant to form romantic relationships because they felt like it would be some kind of being ungrateful to their families who had allowed them to go out and study. So if you could speak to whether any of those tensions were there. And the second question, again, in Anne's case, it's an ethnic identity, but here, how does caste play out?
Repeat the last one.
How does what were the caste compositions of your interlocutors? And how did caste play out in the friendships? Were they all similar ranking castes? Were there, differences in terms of like were they scheduled castes or were they mostly mid-ranking castes?
So I would start with the last question about caste. Uh, it's not a study of caste, and but I took a considerable care to actually talk to as many as people from different kind of caste backgrounds. So I have a lot of general and OBC. I have some SC as well, and I have also spoken to some Muslim women students. There were no STs because in Allahabad there are not many STs, so ST seats were mostly empty. And so, and also, yeah. Uh, in terms of their interaction and friendships, how does caste appear? Uh, so, in the context of friendships, as I was saying, they actually transcend the category of caste and religion. So there are groups which consist of general category, upper caste, Dalit, Muslim, and OBC. There are those kind of mixed groups. What binds them together is the kind of class location they are coming from, the kind of financial situation is at their families, and at the same time, the kind of futures they are imagining and the kind of futures they might have. So these two, three things become an important thing for binding them together, more than caste or religion in that context. Having said that, I'm not saying that there was no caste. And even in certain incidences when there were like in some of the groups where like general category, upper caste and Dalit were sitting, the upper caste say passed and comment that SCs get admission on zero number because of reservation, and because of them the standard of education has fallen down. They have been passed. I'm not saying that they are actually they hate the Dalits, SCs. They have friendship with them, but this is like deep internal feeling and deep internal conversation that takes place, and these kind of comments are being made, which actually made other people uncomfortable. But still, that does not become a reason for not forming bonds and friendships. So it's that kind of slightly complicated domain in that way, in which I don't see caste it's important. It's been played out especially in the context of city like Allahabad, which is a very interesting way. UP in general is very interesting when we look at the caste politics, especially because of the emergence of OBC politics and Dalit politics. And even in university elections, there are caste-based groups, there are Thakur groups, there are Yadav groups, there are often scuffles between different caste groups. There are votes during the election which are being asked on the name of the particular caste groups. This kind of caste alliances are there. But when you look at their everyday interactions and friendships, in which caste is not a defining feature, not that kind of, it doesn't play that kind of defining role. On coming to the question of romance, I did talked about romance, in which I think 2-3 kind of trends which emerged in my field. Of course, people are making boyfriends, people have boyfriends or are in love or have crush on people. But there are also these young women who think having a boyfriend would be a distraction for their career goals. And also these things that boyfriends are very controlling. They would want to control every aspect of your life. Look at my friend, how bad her boyfriend is. Why would I make a boyfriend who would not let me go out? So these kind of, on one way, there are these kind of perceptions. On the other hand, there are also people who think that if not during college, when will they make boyfriends? But for them, the idea of having boyfriends and romance is momentarily. It is just to last till the time they are in colleges. There is no desire, except in 1 or 2 cases. There wasn't a desire to turn those romantic relationships into marriage, because marriage has to be done in your family, according to your family, in your caste and economic background. So I think they don't see it as something so important in which they will like defy their families or fight with their families. Of course, it's like, in a way, something like one of kind of experiences which one should have. Of course, there are people who are seriously in love, but I don't see, I see it more in a context of momentarity of these experiences of higher education. So these are also one of the kind of social exploration that they do. In most of the cases, it won't go very far, but at the same time, there is not much desire to take it very far as well.
Thanks, Renu. I think we are 8 minutes from the next panel, so perhaps we should take a short break. But the Zoom link is open. If folks want to chat up, please feel free to do so. Thanks so much, Fran. I know it's kind of late there, but thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me and see the PowerPoint?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for inviting us, Leah. This is a joint paper, and Jane's very sorry not to be able to present it because she is first author. So you'll have to make do with me. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which I sit here this evening, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and acknowledge that this is unceded land, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. So this paper comes out of research that Jane and I have been conducting in the North Indian village of Bemni in Uttarakhand in the high Himalayas since the early 2000s. The title is Women and Higher Education in the Himalayas. And we start from the observation that several scholars have pointed out that education often lacks the transformative power often attributed to it. Education can reproduce inequalities and entrench feelings of disadvantage, especially in societies characterized by marked social inequalities. Nevertheless, in the starting point for this paper, education can have some highly beneficial effects on marginalized populations through offering key social goods like work. And even where it doesn't provide them with access to secure, well-paid employment, political freedom, and other resources, it can enhance their confidence, affective mood, and aspects of how they negotiate their social world. In this paper, we explore particularly these broader benefits of education through drawing on ethnographic fieldwork in the village of Bemni over a 19-year period. We suggest that an urban educational experience has some effect on formal skills, employment, and the political involvement of young women in Bemni. More importantly, though, it's often instilled in women a feeling of being cosmopolitan subjects and provided them with tools and perspectives relevant for negotiating rural gender norms. So our work in Bem is located in Uttarakhand, which I'm sure most of you on this Zoom call will know, and certainly you'll know where it is, but it's shown in dark pink there on the map. And this is Bemni, located close to the mountain of Trishul in Chamoli district in Uttarakhand. In 2003, when Jane first worked in the village, that's just another picture there. In 2003, the number of women with education was very low. 5% of women over the age of 20 had a class 5 pass. But between 2003 and 2012, when Jane conducted a second full village survey, the number of women obtaining education had increased really very dramatically over 9 years. So 75% of women aged between 16 and 24 in 2012 had at least a class 8 pass, and about a quarter, 24%, had a degree by 2012. And a lot of this related to infrastructural changes in the village. Schooling infrastructure improved markedly. It was possible to get a high school education without having to travel a long way from the village. And this was tied up with a whole series of other infrastructural changes in the village, the building of a telecommunication tower, basic electrical wires and infrastructure was built in 2010. A dirt road connecting to the village to the local town became usable in 2011. And mobile phone ownership increased from 1% of households in 2003 to 52% in 2012. And that obviously that figure will be much higher now, as would the figures for women's education. This showing one of the schools that's been built since 2003. Growing numbers of young women today, in particular, have experience of higher education, representing the first generation to have had this opportunity. In many cases, young women obtain their degrees by correspondence while continuing to live and work in Bemni. In other cases, though, young women move temporarily to urban areas for their school qualifications or degrees before returning to the village. And we want to focus on this second group and explore how these women deploy the experiences of having studied in urban areas in their subsequent engagement in relation to gender, work and family in rural areas and in Bemni in particular. And we'll engage with this issue by talking about the single case of a young woman named, oh, she's no longer young, a woman named Ritu, whose story is, we think, indicative of that of many other women in some respects. In other respects, it's relatively individual. So Ritu was 40 in 2019 and one of the most educated women of her age in the village, coming from a general caste family. Roughly 75% of people in the village are general caste and 25% scheduled caste. And scheduled caste education has also increased pretty substantially, I should have said, but has lagged behind that of general caste. Ritu was well known as a role model whose life and actions has significantly contributed to expanding health and educational opportunities for local women and encouraging them to speak in public settings. Ritu styled herself as someone who had devoted her adult life to doing social work and achieving social change. Ritu was born into one of the wealthiest combined families in the village, but also prided themselves on their progressive ideas. Her second cousins had been the first girls to move away from the village to attend school at a time when there were no secondary schools in or near Bemni. When Ritu completed primary school, she pleaded to follow her second cousins, but her grandfather had opposed her. He believed that education was a waste of money and a socially dangerous proposition for young women. Ritu's mother, however, had campaigned on her behalf. She'd never been to school and had been ashamed of her inability to help her 5 children with their education. She had secretly taught herself to read and write. Each night, long after her children slept, she would sneak out their school books and study in the dim light of the cooking fire. She wasn't going to let this happen to Ritu. Moving to school in the small market town of Lawad was transformative for Ritu. She understood for the first time how different life was outside Bemni, and the experience instilled in her a growing sense of justice. She said, "It was only 16 kilometers walk away, but it was like another world. I had no idea that people lived like that. In Bemni, we lived in one room and which we shared with our cows. In Lawad, the houses had a separate room for everything, cooking, sleeping, bathrooms, everything was so clean. Even the children, their clothes, their feet, their noses. Life seemed so easy. And because of that, we could just focus on our schoolwork. I wanted everyone in the village to be able to live like that." Ritu excelled at school, completing class 12 in 2007 before returning to Bemni to help her mother work the land. The following year, at a time when most girls in Bemni stopped school at class 5 or class 8, Ritu enrolled in a BA degree in the district town of Kopeshwar, where she lived with her uncle's family. Once more, Ritu said that her real learning came not from the formal education, but from engaging in new forms of social relations. She met people from throughout the region and interacted with young men and scheduled caste young people in ways that would not have been possible in the village. Her confidence grew as she learned to assert herself with shopkeepers and bus drivers and experimented with her clothes. She relinquished the headscarf that marked her out as a villager and wore the tighter fitting churidar leggings instead of the baggy, more modest salwar. She ate unfamiliar foods, chow mein and South Indian dosas, and developed new skills using landline telephones and cooking on gas. With this came stronger self-belief and a changing physicality. Her working village hands softened and her limbs lost the strength born of daily hard labor. Alongside these shifts, Ritu's relations in the village began to change. During her regular returns to Bemni, villagers increasingly saw her as a role model and sought to emulate her new practices. They would regularly point out to Jane the impressive neatness with which Ritu kept her house, her admirable confidence in speaking up in public, and the respectful ease of interacting with everyone, no matter their gender, caste, or seniority. Ritu developed a strong sense of the value and importance of materializing her developing ethical self in everyday practice in ways that I think resonate with some of the work of scholars such as Veena Das, James Laidlaw, and others who've been writing about the anthropology of ethics. By the end of her degree, Ritu's parents began to worry about arranging her marriage, but Ritu persuaded them to focus on how she could convert her studies into employment. She argued that a Bachelor of Education would enable her to apply for teaching jobs, and that the best place to do this was in Srinagar, in the faraway state of Kashmir. Some years later, Ritu reflected on that time in Kashmir. She said, "I can't believe now that they let me go to Kashmir, but I'm so grateful they did. That was when I really woke up to the world. My eyes were open. I wasn't from that region, and I was completely alone. It was so hard. I realized that I had to find people to trust, and I did. Being able to do that on my own as a woman and in a strange place with military curfews made me feel differently about myself. I realized I was capable of practically anything. I really surprised myself. It's not what women were taught at home." Ritu valued her experiences in Lower Gopeshwar and Kashmir not so much for the educational qualifications or narrowly conceived skills that they provided, but for what they taught her about alternative ethical approaches to young womanhood. Ritu remembered, "There were things I learned in those places about how to live, and what women could really be, that I really wanted other people in the village to experience." On her return to the village after her B.Ed, Ritu secured paid work at the Anganwadi, their village nursery, the first time that a village-born woman had been formally employed. Ritu became responsible for looking after preschool children, mediating between local healthcare authorities and villages, conducting village surveys, distributing food supplements to adolescent girls and breastfeeding mothers, tracking infant weights, and organising vaccination drives. Jane regularly accompanied Ritu on her rounds of the village, and it was clear that she loved her work. Her energy seemed boundless and her confidence flourished. She fervently believed in possibilities for the most marginalised in the village, children, women, unwell or disabled, and saw her position as a means through which to model that future. Jane observed Ritu as she enjoined mothers to change their practices around child hygiene, menstruation and sanitation, or mentored young women to speak up, petitioning their parents on decisions around education and marriage. Ritu's negotiating skills and understanding of state services had earned her respect across generations. Ritu was one of only 4 women who had obtained a formal job after being at school or university in Bemni, including who's married into the village. But the experience of traveling for education had been transformative for many women. And this is where Ritu's example is especially instructive. The experience of migrating for school and university had enabled Ritu and many other women to become role models. Ritu in particular saw herself as someone who was able to combine elements of her urban experience with her long-term experience of rural life. In this respect, she could be seen as an example of what Vinay Gidwani and Shivaramakrishnan term ordinary cosmopolitanism, where non-elites acquire experience in different realms, such as within the rural and the urban, and deploy experience gathered in one realm in the other realm. But Ritu emphasized that she was not trying to transfer her urban learning straightforwardly to Bemni. She argued instead that some aspects of village social relations, for example, related to women's spatial freedom in the village, needed to be protected. Ritu also argued that she had drawn different lessons from different urban settlements in which she'd studied. What was therefore partly striking about Ritu's case is the extent to which she was engaged in a type of selective cosmopolitanism, reflexively deploying different elements of the rural and different urbans to negotiate gender norms in Bemni. And this ties in with a paper that Jane and I have in a very recent edition of the Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute on the idea of selective urbanism. What was also striking was the extent to which Ritu reflected on her education. Karl Mannheim has referred to how people often maintain an inner dialectic, wherein they're in conversation with their youthful self through their lives. This idea might be applied to how women in Bemni engage in repeated rounds of reflection on their educational careers, of course, each time framed by a new set of circumstances and conditions related to their biographies. At the same time as saying all this, we want, before concluding, to emphasize that Ritu's experience cannot be romanticized. Ritu's positivity was especially pronounced in the first 10 years after completing higher education. In more recent times, she narrates her experiences in a more exhausted fashion, and she's been particularly concerned by the judgments that are associated with acting as a role model, and to some extent the social costs of being in a position of leadership. To conclude, urban educational experience has some important effects on women's formal skills and employment prospects in the area in which we work, as Ritu's example suggests. But Ritu's example is slightly unusual in that few educated women obtained paid work outside the home, mainly reflecting gender norms, but also widespread unemployment that affects all genders. However, even where young women do not obtain work, education in urban areas often has a substantial impact on women's capacity to negotiate gender norms as daughters, wives, or daughters-in-laws. In these areas, the value of education appeared to arise not so much through the education itself, but rather by the opportunities it afforded women to acquire a measure of independence in their early lives and a taste of an urban experience or multiple urban experiences in some cases. Young and middle-aged women said that experience of an urban mahal, an urban atmosphere, had changed their outlook in terms of questions around gender and social practice and schooled them in navigating gender and relationships. Our work points to the value of reflecting on the selective cosmopolitanism, then, of educated subjects. It also points to the value of attending closely to how people reflexively engage with educational experiences as they move through their lives, a version of what Mannheim once termed the inner dialectic. Finally, these conclusions have some practical implications. They point to the serious losses that women may suffer from doing subjects by correspondence, for example. They also point to a need to find ways of offering a larger section of rural female population opportunities to obtain diverse residential educational experiences, particularly in the kinds of remote rural communities in which we're working. So thank you again for inviting us to present as part of this conference, and we look forward to receiving comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. A lot of overlaps there with some of the conversations we've been having earlier about the transformative nature of higher education for women. Tejaswini, Renu, I'm sure you'll have a lot to discuss. We'll move on to Michelle's paper and then come to the alpha comments. Michelle?
Hi, everyone. I apologize in advance if I appear a little bit scatterbrained. It's nearly 4 a.m. here and haven't slept, and I have a meeting with my boss at 9:30 a.m. So I'm just all over the place. But I am very excited to be here, and let me just get the PowerPoint set up. All right. Checking that everybody can see. I actually can't see your faces, so I don't even know if people are nodding.
Yes, we can see.
Is it working? Okay, great. All right. So today I'm going to be presenting my paper titled Making Time Happenstance as Cultivated Opportunity. In a recent paper published in How, Neil Armstrong and Peter Golnick propose happenstance as a conceptual way to theorize how chance arises in particular social contexts, contains both randomness and patterning, and becomes entwined with agency. Their own happenstance collaborative partnership and career trajectory is central to the paper's ethnographic focus, and they are interested in how chance or seemingly random non-structural elements can be understood and theorized in the anthropology of bureaucracy. Today, I want to think through how the notion of happenstance can be complicated by people who are well aware of its importance and who are willing to work quite diligently to invite more and the correct kind of chance, happenstance, and serendipitous encounters into their lives. For context, this paper draws on a year of online research, which included interviews and observations with Chinese international students from the comforts of my bedroom in Boston because of the pandemic, as well as 2 years of in-person doctoral dissertation research, which included participant observation, interviews, a little bit of social mapping, and document analysis with young people in Beijing, primarily focusing on youth health and fitness practices. I argue that happenstance requires people to be open, willing, and able to take certain kinds of risks and can be invited through the cultivation of favorable conditions, rather than just waiting for happenstance or the opportunities to drop into your lap. In the Armstrong and Ogolnik paper, the risks entailed moving abroad, changing jobs, and uprooting families. The favorable conditions included the material means to absorb such short-term risks and costs, a wide professional network, and a supportive spouse. I extend their meditations on happenstance to explore the relationship between material conditions, opportunity, and agency, to find here most simply as what Laura Einhorn wrote in her 2001 review, the social culturally mediated capacity to act. In my work, I have found that young Chinese people understand the importance of being in the right place at the right time, and have thus sought and deployed strategies to prepare themselves for doing so. While their futures remain constrained in part by their very real structural, material, and relational conditions, their practices of living in the present actively sought to increase the likelihood that they would encounter, or at least would be positioned to capitalize on opportunities for more desirable futures. In this paper, I look at 3 different strategies for making time and discuss how each allows young people to imagine and prepare for unknown and ambitious futures. In doing so, I link happenstance, rooted in everyday practice, with a history and person approach to agency, something that I'm calling cultivating opportunity, which happens in 3 ways. I have the 3 sections labeled building social networks, moving location, 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 moving to where opportunity might be, and buying time, education as a means to an end. My participants all understood the importance of their social networks, whether it was more formal guanxi relationships for strictly professional or bureaucratic purposes, or casual intimate friendships. Guanxi is a Chinese term that refers to people's social relationships. Most literally, it simply refers to how people are related to each other. In contemporary China, it has come to signify complex understandings of obligation-based reciprocity, Accompanied with gift-giving or favor-granting, guanxi evokes a moral debt of obligation and can be deployed to achieve some desirable outcome, whether to get a new job, smoothen an encounter with governmental bureaucracy, or sidestep official regulations, all of which are examples that I saw in my fieldwork. Some other examples include, oh, sorry, there's like a waiting room thing on my screen. Some other examples include securing a master's or doctoral position with a professor in a prestigious university, as long as the person in question passed the entrance exam, getting a coveted position with a state-sponsored enterprise or an SSE that promised a Beijing hukou conversion after 2 years of employment, and avoiding punishment or consequences due to friendly relationships with the local police. Simply put, in considering conditions and opportunities, guanxi and other forms of consequential relationships cannot be ignored. Through my dissertation research, I identified 3 qualities that characterize consequential relationships for young people living in Beijing, many of whom were living far away from their natal homes and kin-based networks. Differing slightly, or sometimes more substantially from guanxi, both in form and in my interlocutors' terms, these relationships were marked by close proximity, intimate candor, and reciprocal generosity. And I'll talk about the 3 below. In Beijing, I met a young woman named Ling Ling while she was working for a fitness company. Her work required her to broker new partnerships with brick-and-mortar gyms and fitness studios, and she did so by physically visiting target locations, taking classes, or signing up for a short-term membership. and then asking managers and trainers out to coffee or a meal. Her close proximity to the people that she needed to get to know made her an ideal person to know and cultivate a relationship with, as she brokered both partnerships for work and introduced interested parties to each other for events, new ventures, and as this pertains to some of the conversation earlier, even on dates. Ling Ling got the job through some friends who knew that the company was expanding into Beijing and needed on-site staff. And when she left this job, she got her next job also through friends' references in a completely different industry. It was through her that I met some of my contacts in the fitness industry and was able to expand my social network. Similarly, and in a completely different context, Tim, a current master's student at Teachers College, regularly keeps in touch with a professor from his undergraduate program. They're working on a startup venture together, and though the pandemic has held back their progress, he regularly seeks to, what he calls, keep in touch. This mentality made him as well an excellent research interlocutor, as he was both willing to speak to me regularly and regularly invested in a broad social network in the US and back home in China. That is to say, both Tim and Ling Ling practiced a cultivation of social networks with diverse kinds of people, ones that may or may not be able to offer them a job, sponsor a project, or provide some other kind of material help. They spoke of these possibilities while reiterating the genuine affective ties of friendship they felt, and continued to invest in these relationships on the chance and the hope that they would pay off, without any explicit guarantee that they would. But simply being in close proximity to people was not enough to generate the kinds of relationships that might be useful. I found that participants valued what they called genuine or pure relationships that were paradoxically free of the obligations of guanxi ties or work networks. Tang, for example, was the regional director for an international women's fitness apparel brand. At the time of my fieldwork, she was in the process of opening a new store in Beijing. An avid fan of fitness and bodybuilding, she also visited and partnered with many gyms and other brands, but only chose to spend her leisure time in two. She expressed frustration with the polite overtures that she felt were thinly veiled attempts to get free or discount clothing, and praised one particular gym for allowing her to relax, even when at work. She enjoyed chatting with the owners about their motivations for opening the gym and sharing her own interest in fitness. They both had experienced illness in the past and found that working out improved their physical condition. While Tang collaborated with the gym frequently for work and there was exchange of goods and money, she also enjoyed spending time there with the people, the owners, the fitness trainers, and the other gym goers, and felt an intimate attachment to the people there, so much so that she would go out to eat with them in her free time. The mutual intimate candor they cultivated strengthened their connection to each other, so that when personal opportunities came up for Tang, she often shared them with a select group of friends from work. And related to this, which I'm spending less time on due to time, was an ethos of reciprocal generosity. One of the expressions of intimacy that Tang enjoyed and spoke positively of was when colleagues, gym mates, or new potential business partners purchased her brand's clothing without asking for a discount or offered help from their personal resources. She was very willing to reciprocate by then paradoxically giving out discounts, making introductions, and paying full price for gym classes, but simultaneously was jaded by experiences with people who treated the relationships as purely business, or who gave her the impression that they were only talking to her because they wanted something in return. Secondly, part of being in the right place at the right time involves location, or the physical place itself. This strategic practice involved being there, wherever there might be. Young, upwardly mobile people in Beijing sought to travel abroad and study abroad and travel for work trips to work on their English language ability, gain cultural expertise, and expose themselves to more opportunities. International students in New York City, for example, selected Teachers College for both its brand name reputation and its proximity to so many other schools, businesses, and industries. Choosing to study abroad for my participants was an investment in unknown futures, one where they imagined they'd need not only certain skill sets and training, but also qualifications via their diploma, experiences via internships and extracurriculars, and a global cosmopolitan worldview, sometimes measured simply by the ability to speak English well. Furthermore, the OPT visa that allows skilled American-educated or the OPT extension that allows skilled American educated college graduates to stay for an additional year post-graduation to work, buys more time. This valuable time might make the difference between securing a prestigious job that offers more secure visa sponsorship to stay in the US or not, as well as provide students with international work experience that they can try to leverage upon return to China. In my dissertation research, I found that some 海外回归 or overseas returnees to China could be frustrated in their difficulties penetrating the local job market, where their skills were desired, but their lack of experience in the local bureaucracy set them back. However, those who set their sights on international companies found fertile ground for job hunting, where their international experience and English-speaking abilities were valued. Some of my participants thus recalibrated their expectations, positioning themselves as entrepreneurs, or expressed their desire to work for multinational corporations instead of joining a more stable SSE, which are the state-sponsored enterprises that I mentioned earlier. For example, the pandemic frustrated many people's careful plans since they were no longer able to actually study abroad in New York City. To make up for this lost opportunity, students deployed a variety of tactics. Some chose to slow down their academic course, hedging their bets for a future where borders would reopen and campuses would return to in-person learning. They took half of a course load or a semester off. Others threw themselves into networking and attending events online, taking advantage of China's relatively internal openness by planning and attending in-person meetups with other Teachers College, Columbia, and Ivy League students, joining speed dating events and board game nights hosted by classmates online, and seeking out job panels to broadly prepare for the kinds of jobs that might be available to them with a graduate degree. And again, students were served well by their openness to positive futures. Tim originally told me that his dream was to stay in the US for a few years, start his own startup venture, and then take that experience back to transform the environmental education and technology field in China. He was lucky to have been based in the US already, but halfway through the semester was struggling to see his startup dreams through. Seeing the greater opportunities in China to meet in person and recognizing that he had more social capital there to raise funds or find an interim job, he changed his dreams to accommodate where being in the right place at the right time meant for him. When we last spoke, he was considering seriously returning to China, even without the prospect of a job offer, and then perhaps returning abroad to the US when conditions were better. Lastly, sometimes people literally bought time. When students found that they needed more time to realize the futures that they were dreaming for, and as nearly all hoped to stay in the US for at least a few years after graduation, they turned to more school as a strategy for making this possible. Many of the master's students I interviewed in their first year were already thinking about doctoral programs. They were concerned less about who they wanted to work with and which discipline they were interested in, and more about the specifics of how to get in. Similarly, I met several students who were on their second master's programs, as student visas, if one could afford the tuition bills being the caveat, were easier to procure than work visa sponsorships. They believed that being in the US gave them better chances of finding a good job in the US, and so they used school and the OPT visa program to do so. In the extra time they gained, they worked internships, joined strategic extracurricular groups, and networked to expand their social networks and their chances of having that happenstance come upon them. Perhaps their internship would turn into a job, or their classmate would recommend them for something, or they would meet someone who was interested in investing in their startup. In the absence of a desire to get another degree, some enrolled in non-degree programs as a way of staying in the US in between. Tim, for example, graduated from a US university half a year before he started at Teachers College. He hadn't yet decided what he wanted to do, but enrolled in a program at Pace University in New York so that he could stay in the city. He then decided to apply for the master's program at Teachers College, which offered rolling admission. This was how he was already in New York when borders closed for COVID-19. Similarly, another one of my participants, Rachel, found a job working for the UN after graduation. However, since funding for projects varied and she sometimes went a few months or more without a contract, even with excellent qualifications, she also used PACE as a way to stay in the country. During her quote-unquote extra time, she maintained contact with her former colleagues and supervisors and eventually was able to negotiate another contract when her department had more funding again. For these two young people, paying for a non-degree program for now to stay present in a place that they felt was ripe with opportunity was a way of making time and space for that happenstance to happen to them, should it come. Rather than simply waiting for happenstance, they actively sought to create favorable conditions for the kind of futures that they envisioned for themselves. In today's paper, I wanted to think through some of the ways in which people court happenstance as a complication to narratives of chance and luck that is summarized simply as being in the right place at the right time, and to think about what it means for happenstance to be entwined with agency. After all, being there is not quite enough. Happenstance often presents itself as an opportunity, one that is not without risks. My participants in Beijing and New York City deployed a variety of strategies for cultivating opportunity, 3 of which I've discussed here, to keep themselves open to many different kinds of futures and to best position themselves in situations where happenstance might occur. Thinking through cultivating opportunity frames young people's present practices, irrelevant of present capacity or options to act on imagined futures, as strategic and temporally mediated agency. From seeking ways to broaden their social networks, to strategizing ways to go and stay abroad, to paying for more school in order to give themselves more time to figure things out, young people made choices in the present with no guarantee that future opportunities would be better in order to better position themselves to act, should those future opportunities come. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. There's so many interesting overlaps with several of Craig's papers. It's fascinating. Biao?
Yes, thank you very much. Hi, Craig. Yeah, nice to see you again. Yeah, those are 2 excellent papers really make me rethink the relation between education and mobility. When I was watching Craig's presentation, Craig, I don't know what is the shadow, beautiful shadow behind you. It reminded me of this Wang Yang Papa.
I think it looks like some terrible monster about to grab me, but it's the silhouette of a chandelier, I think.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. So it's like in the Indonesia Wang Yang, a puppet show. And this reminds me of the Anderson's famous kind of grammar of nationalism. Of course, one of the grammar is the map, and I can't remember immediately the 4, I think, that probably language is the one. And then education is very important for Indonesia to become nation. Higher education, you have a university. But it seems that it's not only university, it's not only higher education, you set up a set of core text and articulation of your identity. But university comes with mobility. You have people from different parts of the southern islands, and now you have one place to go. All the ambitious, young, and bright go to the one place and they meet. And this is the origin story of modern university, after all, in 13th century in France and Italy. And had there been no mobility, there would be no university, and there would be no the idea of universalism, and as the name of university implies. And I think Craig's the article shows that education is important not because education per se, and it's because education opens doors to mobility. In at least 2 ways. Number one, education legitimate mobility, which would have been difficult to pursue for young women. So, but if you move to a place even far, because of education, then it would be at least you will have the support and even sponsorship from the family. I think Leia's work also demonstrates that. Number 2, so this is number 1, education legitimates mobility for the marginal groups. And the number 2, education will define mobility. When you move as a student, and then how you move, and where do you move to, and what kind of everyday activities you would embrace after a mobility is all quite different from if you migrate as a labor or as a wife. And so that's then it lead to a result that they can, as Craig so nicely phrase it, selective cosmopolitanism or selective urbanism. I mean, that kind of capacity of doing so is because of combination of education and mobility. Mobility is defined in this way. But then it leads to a question. Again, so why education is it can legitimate and define mobility in this way? So that is have lots to do with the meaning of education, and also education as a way of resource mobilization. Being attached with certain ideological perception and also encouraged by formal, I suppose, state programs, then education become a channel through which people can mobilize resources, both material and also emotional and ideological resources. I mean, that of course, will force us to think education in the larger context. I mean, education is not necessarily good. Again, as Leia's work shows, I mean also Craig's classical work shows that over-education is a huge problem, especially in India. Then you have the question is that, thinking of this way, education and resource mobilization, and therefore you have mobility coming. And of course, I mean, then I have another question is that, okay, if it is also historically specific that education and mobility are so tightly connected. Of course, it's a modern time. And also, I think it's after 1990s, globalization and etc. makes education and mobility particularly a prominent phenomenon. But imagine you had, if we follow the Mao's strategy, you don't encourage students to move around, but you encourage schools and universities to go down to the countryside and localize education. What would that mean? So that is a sort of experiment, but it's a worthwhile thinking that way because it may give us some critical eyes to examine today's accelerating educational mobility and the social consequences. I mean, that's related to certain homogenization and hierarchicalization of social stratification altogether precisely by combining education and mobility together. I mean, also make education quite, in my view, wasteful and meaningless because students have no idea what the local condition is like. They all study inspiring some faraway things. So this is my question. I mean, this leads to my small minor question for Craig. Is somehow the story is a very vivid and touching, but somehow things as if things happen in a structural vacuum is a quite a linear individual story of progression. Is a story of human capital accumulation and realization. So, I mean, why would she be regarded as a role model? Wasn't there any contestations and the battles and the feeling of jealousy, envy, older men's uneasiness, and the other young men's sense of fear, anxiety, awkwardness, jealous of certain gossips from other female friends? So, I mean, this I couldn't, I lost the track a bit about the time period of the research. It seems to be the field work was carried out after she became successful, I mean, being hired permanently by a government scheme. So I don't know whether or not lots of narrative actually is a retrospective account. And then I just wonder whether or not she got a job in the permanent, and therefore to rationalize and justify other things. But there's a cultural battle. And why would that happen? Why she become role model? I mean, if she's a role model, so naturally role model, and then we would have thought that this kind of thing happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Why we have to wait? Why do we have to wait till now that the women are encouraged to educate? Yeah. But the sense of agency, I think, is interesting. But agency is also related to certain structure. The women are particularly keen. They have almost a bit of a religious feeling towards education, a salvation feeling. And this is partly because people are so self-consciously suppressed by the structure. So already this kind of attitude towards education, we can say, oh, it's quite biased and etc. But it itself is a result, is a resistance to the structure. So toward the level, the mother would read books and there's a cooking line. I mean, if we know a little more about how she develops critical consciousness about the structural position of herself, then we understand her hunger and what she's really hunger about. Probably it's not knowledge per se. Here I have a twist, right? I mean, it's as your paper shows, it's not about knowledge or skill per se, but it is a capability and the confidence. You can move around and then it's accumulate a type of capital. But how to understand that type of capital, symbolic capital, whatever, in that kind of local context, I think that's interesting. So Michel's paper demonstrates another side of a complex relation between education and mobility, apart from legitimating and defining mobility. And here you can see a more dialectical two-way relation between education and mobility. Right? The students very consciously play the two things at the same time because I mean the time. So therefore, temporality. Again, this is a Greeks. So I feel conscious to talk about this. But anyway, I just carry on to see what I have in my mind. Therefore, the time, buying time and playing with time became a thread that brings the two things together, and education and mobility. And here I'm wondering, okay, education and mobility are two types kind of social arrangements or activities, but they're of very different nature. Education is very formalized, is provided either by state or by large institutions licensed and censored by the state. And the structure is very rigid. Education nowadays is formalized. And the mobility is, of course, by definition, very individualized. And it has lots of contingencies. And I don't know what I want to say, but I feel it could be interesting to think how people bring these two things together, very formalized institutions and a very open-ended individual pursuit of opportunities. I mean, I just thinking along the line how to develop the notion of educational mobility more. Then it comes to the question, again, the big structural question. And the people do all these kind of strategies, developing personal connections, and they try to be the right place, right time, as we all do. What does this tell us about the current situation? Is there anything that we should be worried about? I think potentially, yes. I mean, this goes back to the earlier comment about how we should understand the fact that education and mobility become so closely intertwined. To a great extent, it is encouraged by the system, right? Why do I say that? Because it's a hierarchical ranking and the very uneven distribution of symbolic capital associated with different types of education, different institutions, different countries of education, encouraging mobility, but also it is actively pursued by individuals. And what does this mean? Of course, easy answer means inequality, but whether or not something more can be said. So the question, for example, happenstance, I don't fully understand that. It seems that the students are extremely conscious and very calculated where they should go. So it's not a story of happenstance, it's a story of calculation and the story of strategizing, gaming. But there is an element of happenstance, is that, if you are in the right place to do what? To wait. I mean, there's no guarantee. So they're just in the right place where the happenstance are more likely to take place. So then it's comes with sense of precarity and anxiety, and then encourage you to strategize your life and time even further. So therefore, we see a combination between precarity, uncertainty on the individual level, with rather rigid or reinforcing of structural inequality or structural uneven distribution of resources. I mean, I don't know, this could be a kind of big picture story with a sense of problematic, okay, there's something to think about. Yeah. So I'll stop here, and thanks again for this opportunity to listen and to talk to you.
Thanks, Bial. That was such a fascinating set of comments and questions. Craig and Michelle, if you want to respond and...
Yeah, I can take a stab at some of what Biao was saying. I think I'm glad that the paper made you think about the relationship between precarity, uncertainty, and these kinds of structural conditions, and wrestle through what exactly is this happenstance, is this not? There's a lot that I couldn't fit into the paper, but for context, the paper that I'm referencing, the story that they tell is very, it's a little bit linear and unidirectional, where they'll say, I happen to be in this hospital, and I knew a person there, and they got a call from a friend who was looking for this position that I happened to be qualified for. And so they were kind of working through, how do we theorize that? Because that does happen to people, and it happens to people with surprising regularity. When you listen to people's narratives of how they got to where they are, there's these moments that they will refer to in various different kinds of terminology. Oh, it just happened that way. I was in the right place at the right time. And it, of course, tends to, it's always referring to good things. But a lot of and when I read that paper, I thought that was interesting, and it does map onto a lot of the things that I was seeing and hearing. But at the same time, it takes away even though they say that it's a way to think about how chance is intertwined with agency, they don't actually theorize how the agency is there at all. And so that's something that I wanted to do in this paper, but set against the backdrop of I'm focusing on a very select part of my participants who were not even necessarily upwardly mobile. They were pretty firmly middle to upper middle class. I'm talking about people who are Chinese and studying abroad in China, or who are Chinese and able to regularly leave. Part of my participants were foreigners who were working in China. But as a larger part of my dissertation research, I was interested in how social networks sort of mitigated against or the lack of social networks exacerbated how people's precarious conditions, how they experience precarity against a very rigid structural backdrop. Which I would be happy to talk more about, but probably doesn't fit in the scope of this paper or this workshop.
Craig?
Well, thank you for those brilliant comments. I mean, really helpful. Thank you. So the fieldwork carried out with Ritu was carried out between 2003 and 2022. And through the course of probably about 12 or 13 visits during that period. So a lot of the material is built up from listening to Ritu relate her experiences at different points in time, and also Jane in particular being there watching Ritu interact with people in the village. And Ritu related her story in different ways at different times and according to different circumstances, and in ways I think co-produced with Jane in particular, and in conversation with Jane, and Jane sharing aspects of her own experience. So I think that's, thank you for seeking clarification on that. And I think there were lots of non-linear elements to the way in which we would certainly hope to construct this story, particularly in a longer paper. And that point that we made at the end about sort of the inner dialectic, like looping back to reflect on a particularly formative period spent in education, I think would be one way of developing that non-linearity. In another would be to work with, as we have in one paper, with the work of Jennifer Johnson Hanks on vital conjunctures and looking at particular extended durations where structures sort of bear down on people especially heavily, but where almost paradoxically opportunities for agentive action also open up. So thinking about those sort of extended key moments would be another way, I think, of sort of preventing some kind of chronological life story type presentation. And I hope it didn't feel like that. But that gets at your point about structure, and I think you're right. It's underplayed in this paper, but it is a very big part of the story. So Ritu constantly felt judged. Part of being someone who's pushing on the boundaries of different aspects of gender norms means that she was exposed to certain kinds of risks and judgments, and she was very, very aware of that. And as I indicated towards the end of the presentation, she narrates many aspects of her experiences of being a role model in a much more exhausted and sort of ambivalent way to perhaps how she did, say, in 2013 and 2014. So, a lot of concern over how older women judged her capacity to juggle work and being a wife and being a mother. A lot of loneliness and sadness that she experienced in sending her own children out of the village for their education, and a lot of ambivalence actually about her social work in the village and its effect on the village, and whether it really has had a transformative effect, which I guess ties in with Michelle's paper and sort of this really emphasizing this point about the kind of reflexivity, the way in which people are constantly sort of rethinking aspects of their strategies and experiences, which certainly has been my experience of conducting work with people in the areas where we work. Just another couple of quick thoughts, because you made lots of very interesting observations. I just wanted to, lots of what you were saying about the localization of education reminded me of living in Seattle. I just wanted to make a couple of observations which don't have any kind of punchline. They're simply me thinking in the moment on a wet and cold Thursday evening in Melbourne. That when living in Seattle, there were two things that sort of quite interested me about geography and education. One was the way in which students were incentivized to study at their regional university through paying lower fees if they were in-state students, which I thought was interesting. And I sort of wonder whether that could be, probably has been implemented in other countries, but I think it's an interesting sort of idea. And it's quite an interesting environmental idea in terms of reducing costs. But also, from rich neighborhoods and from rich neighborhoods to poor neighborhoods, as a way of trying to ensure that schools were socially mixed. And I was peripherally involved in supervising a PhD student who was looking at the social impact of this. And guess what? It benefited rich kids who were moving, and it benefited rich kids who received children from poorer areas. But the poorer children in both cases lost out in terms of her results, which I thought was interesting. But anyway, look, as I said, there's no punchline. Just I think it's interesting when one thinks about the relationship between mobility and education to sort of bring these kinds of examples into play. And just to get finally to your question, why does education legitimate and define mobility in this way? I think it's a fascinating question. In the book that I wrote, Degrees Without Freedom, I make the point that even educated, underemployed young people and unemployed young people, young men mainly, who had lost out, in a sense, from education. Even they reinvested in their identity as educated people after the experience of educated underemployment. And I think it has to do with lots of things. I mean, one, as Bourdieu says, there's just no other option. You know, there's a lot of sunk costs. You've invested in education. You need to be sort of boosting it. But in the case of someone like Ritu, I think it's the connections between education and the state. I think it's connections between education and visions of mobility in the outside, spatial mobility. I think it's the connections between education and knowledge. And I think it's also regional, that India is a country, and this part of India included, is a place where education is very respected. And clearly there's a social geography of that across the world. So anyway, those are some initial thoughts. I thought they were fascinating comments. And Michelle, congratulations on a brilliant paper as well. I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And there's lots of questions I have about happenstance as well, but I'll be quiet now.
I'm sure Michelle would love to hear your questions. Please, Craig.
Oh, just very quickly, I'll just ask one. Like, happenstance was generally framed in your paper as something that's positive. But I wonder what about bad luck and how that features.
Oh, yes, that's fascinating, because it does, I can think of several. So in my doctoral dissertation, most of it was about fitness and health, and it kind of built up to the last chapter, which was on housing precarity in Beijing, and particularly how the majority of people that I was following were not local to Beijing. They didn't have a Beijing hukou. And for the most part, it wasn't something that came into clear focus in their everyday lives, like when they were in the gym, or when there were these like very specific moments when being not from this place was in focus. And the rest of the time it was out of focus. And there was a series of fires on the outskirts of Beijing during my field work that really brought this into focus, because for the expats, for a lot of the very sort of upwardly mobile, white collar young professionals, they lived in areas that were not affected by the fires at all. They made enough money that, like, even if they were displaced, they had somewhere to go. But the contrary was also true. The people who were not local to Beijing, who were more working class, people who worked at the front desks of gyms, like people who hand out advertisements on the streets, and were living in these sort of, employer supplied, like 8 beds to a room kind of dormitory style places. Due to the housing fires, the government kind of shut down a lot of these places temporarily, the stated rationale being that they needed to test for safety. But the sort of common sense understanding was that leading up to, there was a couple, there was like the A4 conference or something that year. So leading up to this big conference where there would be a lot of international attention on Beijing, they wanted to get all the migrants out. And so during this time, who people knew became super important, because if you knew someone who would let you stay on their couch or sleep on their floor even, you didn't have to leave Beijing. And if you didn't, most of those people who left Beijing didn't come back. And your question about bad luck, about being in the wrong place at the wrong time, really kind of is an interesting way for me to think about that last chapter. Because there are certainly moments when, all the rest of the time you can live your life in Beijing. And there, to be fair, there are also people who had university degrees who are affected, because the nature of rural to urban migration in China means people are displaced, like I said, from their kin networks, from a lot of their social networks. And if you just don't know anybody that you feel comfortable or that will let you sleep on their couch for a little bit while you find another place to live. And, a lot of these young people, you might have a university degree, but you're not making that much money a month. You can't afford to sleep in a hotel for a month until you find a new place to rent, because due to the sort of shutdown of all of these affordable housing, everyone was looking for a place to live. So the housing prices shot up. And in that precise moment, if you didn't have that network, and if you didn't have family nearby, you didn't have you didn't quite make quite enough money, you were sort of, shit out of luck and had to leave. And once you left, it was very difficult to come back. And I think that a lot of it's related, because there's sort of it's a dialectical relationship where the presence of that potentially being in the wrong place at the wrong time is, I would say, a motivation, even if maybe not, I'm personally not as interested in the psychological aspect of it, but it's always in the background of people's tactics for positioning for a better lucked future. The pursuit of happenstance, I think, is precisely so important, because there is an acknowledgement and perhaps experience of what happens when the opposite of that happens.
Any of the other panelists, if you have comments, questions, please feel free to go ahead. Tejaswini?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not a panelist, but I can't resist asking this question because I feel it will benefit my own work. Thanks to Craig and Michelle for their wonderful presentations. I have a small clarificatory question for Craig. We, of course, I think, learned a lot from the story of Ritu, and the fieldwork has happened over a very long period of time. I wondered how many more people like her you have, also interacted with very closely. This is not about sample size or anything like that. It's not that kind of question, but just wondering whether, for example, Fran Martin, who was here earlier in the day, in her new book on Chinese women migrating to Australia, has sometimes used composite figures because she's trying to make a point about certain experiences which do overlap, which are very similar, but maybe a certain experience looks slightly different. And I wondered, depending on how many people you had talked to, whether composite figures, Ritu sounded to me like a composite figure, but clearly she isn't, whether those could have featured also to thicken the ethnography. I was just curious about that. But just for my own opportunistic reasons, I want to ask you a different kind of question. Currently, I work on a multi-country project on tracking very closely young women's participation in technology, basically looking at digital intimacy, as we call it. So we look at, Hong Kong, Guangzhou, Bangalore, and Singapore as these 4 cities where college-going young women, which are really your demographic as well, are engaging in extremely intimate practices that are digitally mediated. So my question was, and happenstance, Michelle, is such a lovely concept you've mobilized from the authors you've been reading. I wonder again how happenstance works when it's algorithmically pursued. For example, in the digital intimacy context, we're not only looking at romantic relationships, we're looking at friends, families, and lovers, as I call it in a recent paper that I published. So in a sense, how much of what your the Guangxi, the different kind of connections your informants were forging in China and in the US and in Canada, how much of that, especially during the pandemic, was digitally mediated? And did it make a difference to the nature of the interaction? Did it open up certain things? Did it close off certain other avenues? So that was a much more present day question for you. And for Craig, I wondered, already by the mid-2000s, many people did have mobile phones in India. And the more remote the place you were in, the more likely you were to have a mobile phone because you didn't have access to other kinds of communicative mechanisms. So in fact, as you know, India is really saturated in relation to ownership of mobile phones, whether basic or smartphones. So I just wondered, in your ongoing ethnography, does the mobile phone feature at all in being able to signal and track mobility?
Maybe I'll start. I mean, there were no mobile phones in this village before 2008 because there was no mobile phone reception tower and there was no electricity, so you couldn't charge your mobile phone. You could only walk to this village. So, I mean, I accept your point. I was working for a year in Meerut in Western UP in 2005, and some of the richest students had mobile phones then. Even probably then, it was only about 5%. but certainly in Bemley, it didn't happen until 2010. So really pretty different. We've spent, I guess, Jane, we spent about 18 months in the village between 2003 and 2004. And since that time, I guess probably between us, we've spent probably another about 22 months in the village. And over that time, we've worked with particularly closely with about 30 young people, men and women. So in answer to your question, there's probably about 15, another 15 young women whose stories we could relate in a similar way to the way in which we related Ritu's story. I guess our reason for only relating one story in this case was simply one of time, of only having 20 minutes, and wanting to make one point, well, a couple of points in relation to education and mobility. Most of our work, I think we do, I'm not quite sure what you mean by composite, but what we tend to do is identify different analytic sets of young people in the work that we do, and choose a case study from within those analytic sets and juxtapose those case studies. So, most of our papers have 3 young people who feature, 2 or 3 young people who feature. I hope it's not too formulaic, and they represent different bodies of young people in the research setting in which we're working. Can I just check though, because I'm very interested in this idea. When you say composite, do you mean splice together different stories and present an individual whose life then represents 2 or 3 different young people?
Yeah, this is not my work. We are not doing that. But Fran Martin, whose book just came out, who's your colleague at the university, whom I believe you haven't met, has tried that to very good effect, I think. And she has a rationale as to why she's done that. She doesn't always do it, but yes, splicing together different stories which have a lot of similarities and creating a figure that would then represent. It's a different way of doing ethnography.
It's a really interesting tactic, and I think heuristically it can be really valuable. I've never actually done that, although what I have sometimes done is because I want to obscure people's identities. I've imported some information from other people and placed it in their biography, which means you can't identify that person. But also is often an interesting way to introduce some additional detail that you couldn't have added with the individual. I think the composite ideas. I think as part of anyway, I don't want to delay too much on that because Michelle, you need to come back as well. But I'd be interested in talking to you maybe offline to Sweeney about this. I think it's a really interesting point. I think I've answered your questions, haven't I? Or, yeah, so I'll pass on to Michelle. Thank you very much, because they're really interesting questions.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear what you were saying about your participants as well. And I have to admit, I did like a quick Google of you and Jane's past work. When you said that there's a bit formulaic, I was like, well, it works. And I'll have to look up some of those papers because, as Gal mentioned, some of them seem very tied to what I'm thinking through right now. In response to the questions, it's difficult to say. I think that I had to redesign my postdoctoral project in order to accommodate the fact that nobody could go anywhere. Because of the shutdowns, and because specifically so many of my participants were studying abroad in the US, but from China, and China reopened internal mobility like quite quickly. It seemed that a lot of the initial connections were made digitally, but were more formal, and the kinds of that intimate candor that I was describing that people wanted, those were taken offline. And so a lot of the online interactions were more formal. They had online networking events, online group chats where people would introduce themselves and their major and where they were from. But quickly people who realized that they were in the same major or happened to be in the same city or relatively were close by to each other within China, made separate group chats and then plans to, excuse me, have dinner or go to karaoke or play. There was, I don't know what it's called, and there was this card game that was really popular. I think it still is pretty popular, but was very popular at the time, that everybody was playing together online. They were trying to take those activities offline. And because they were in China and I was in Boston, I was not privy to seeing any of that, which is unfortunate because it's a very fascinating question and I wish I could have. Yeah, I'm sorry, that doesn't really answer your question, but it's an interesting thing to think about, because there is a sort of, once enough people are doing the same things, there's this question of, you know, how can all of these people be doing the same things and then expect the same results? And to what Biao was saying, I think the experience of mobility and of migration is so individualized. I think that's where it comes back into the picture. And you find that all of these people can do the same things, but because of whether it's their own sort of personal conditions, their material conditions, or their relational connections, their physical location and geographic space, or simply like small, minute differences in how they were trying the same tactic. I did see that people ended up with very different results. So some people were very successful and some people were much less successful. Thank you for that link. So I don't think half answers your question, but thank you.
Sugandha?
Thank you very much for those very interesting presentations. My question is to Craig. I was wondering in terms, so my own work on young Dalit women in Punjab sort of shows the similar thing around how education is being reclaimed as a way of self-making and identity formation, even when it doesn't lead to certain outcomes. But I wonder, and so this is a question, a larger question, I think, that ties into a number of kinds of works that come up with similar ideas, that whether there is a limitation to that. So for instance, you know, was Ritu's aspiration to become an Anganwadi, or did she want to do something else? You know, so if the employment outcome is not tying in with what is the aspiration in the pursuit of education, does that lead to a dilution of this educated identity? Or are there other young women that may not be placed as Ritu is and may not be able to sort of, they may not be allowed to travel to Kashmir to pursue their education? And that might limit the way in which they claim that identity. So I wonder if you can speak to that. Thank you.
It's a fascinating question, Sugandha, and you know, I'm learning a lot from your work, so congratulations on it. And I think probably probably the reverse would be the case from what you suggested, that I think you know, if you realize your employment ambitions after education, the characteristic of being educated probably becomes slightly less important. Whereas if you don't realize those ambitions, the educatedness gets underlined because it's what you fall back on. Certainly that's what I found with the work with Patricia Jeffrey and Roger Jeffrey in Bijnor district in the early 2000s. In the third chapter of Degrees Without Freedom, there's a chapter called Masculinity on a Shoestring. It's basically about young men reinvesting very heavily in the notion of being educated in a context in which really education has given them nothing else but the claim to be embodying a certain kind of civilized, educated behavior, which gets exactly to Bao's question: why that? And you know, obviously the story is different in different regional contexts. You know, Ritu originally, I think wants to become a teacher. I mean, she went to Kashmir to get a B.Ed because, you know, she wanted to become a teacher. So, you know, Anganwadi worker, when we all know from the literature on Anganwadi workers and from our own research, this is not a great job. I mean, she's made the best of it. I mean, it's a grueling, cruel, poorly paid, job, a very important one, but probably not what she was, certainly not what she was imagining when she went and did a B.Ed. And I think that's, I think it's really important to make the point, as Michelle did in her paper when she used the term, I think, recalibrating, reflexively recalibrating that. And it gets also to Tejaswini's question that the story, and Bau's, the story you tell about these sorts of situations depends upon the temporal frame that you take. Like if I was giving this presentation in 2012, Ritu's story would be very different. If I'm ever invited back to another conference like this in 2032, the story will be different again. And different, not just because her circumstances have changed, but because Ritu is constantly recalibrating and rethinking in ways that are only partly amenable to ethnographic analysis. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Really, I really enjoyed these presentations, and I'm really excited to hear about all this work. It's so inspiring, also in relation to my own work. I have one simple question I'd like to ask to Craig, a little bit also selfish because I'm trying to understand something in my own work. But I noticed that, for example, Ritu returns at some point. She returns to the village, and this is something that, for example, in the context of China, this is something that I see very rarely, that women who've gone out of the village for their education, that they return at some point. So I wonder, is this common, and then when do people return and why?
So Ritu, thank you, Willie. Ritu's situation is slightly unusual in that she married into the village in which she was born. So she remains in the village, so she didn't return to a different village. But the general experience of women and men in this area is that when they leave for education, and increasingly when they leave for work as well, to migrate to work in urban centres, they come back. And this predates COVID, but of course it has a new iteration in the context of the lockdown and the COVID experience. And I think if you look at a lot of the work on Uttarakhand, and I think some of the work on Himachal Pradesh shows the same thing. There was a lot of this return migration to rural areas, which of course raises the really interesting question about the future of the rural in India, and strikes against a lot of those sort of development narratives and very early modernization visions of development, where it was all about moving to urban areas. And of course, people also bridge and move between the two areas sequentially, seasonally. So there's quite a nice paper by one of Jane and I's students, Andrew Duker, in Annals of the Association of American Geographers, about how young men in Uttarakhand deploy urban identities in rural areas and rural identities in urban areas in order to try and build respect in both places. So anyway, but yeah, look, I think the question of return, which featured also in Michelle's paper, I think is a really fascinating one.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Michelle and Craig, for such important presentations. My question is to Craig. So in my own work, I'm looking at the idea of time and its relationship with gender. I work on higher education and women in North Indian city. So in terms of Ritu's narrative, which you have shared in your work, I was wondering if ever the time appeared as a constraint in her own journey. For example, as in your earlier work, and your work time pass has been very instrumental in shaping some of my ideas for my PhD. So time I see as a privilege of gender. And women cannot keep getting into one degree or the another degree. So in that way, how do we see investment and reinvestment into education when we think about the gender as a category? And how do we see time when we want to see that how the journeys of women are going to be in higher education context? Thank you.
Thanks, Renu. And I'm so sorry I missed your paper earlier. I'd love to have heard it, and I'd be very grateful if you could send it, because I was really hoping to hear it, but various things happened. So again, we look forward to engaging with your work. I think the idea of time being a privilege of gender is really interesting, but I'm always telling my students, whatever you believe, don't believe it too strongly. So I think there would be counters to it as well. So I mean, it's, the account of time pass in Meerut in the mid-2000s did suggest that it wasn't just a privilege of gender; it was also a privilege of class, that these lower middle class young men could advertise in certain ways that their capacity to spend time. They didn't need to buy time, to think about Michelle's work. They were actually interested in spending time, which was sometimes a problem. And had all sorts of negative affect, but was also a kind of cultural display, that they were advertising the fact that their parents and their families could afford the opportunity cost of them not working, and they were refusing to enter the workforce at a particular level. What Pierre Bourdieu rather snidely calls a one-man strike, again, gendered language. So I think it's a good description, that idea of that in terms of that work, which is a reasonably good description. But there's also some sort of counters. I mean, one is the notion of time pass, as I point out in that book, was also used by young women in the context of being in hostels where they'd been placed to obtain education, often degrees that they weren't very interested in, but as a basis for enhancing their marriage strategy, which gets also to Bao's question about education as a means of resource mobilization. Clearly, one has to relate this very much to marriage and the marriage market, and the different way that plays out in different parts of the world and in India. So there is a lot of young women doing. There are a lot of young women doing time pass, including in rural areas where, in certain situations of where they're relatively removed from the pressing need to be engaged in work, they may be doing kind of status production work, to use Hannah Papanek's old phrase, that involves simply doing nothing as a status symbol. And there, I think boredom, gendered forms of boredom, becomes quite an interesting topic. So sorry, that's not very articulate, but I think that question of gender and time is a bit more complicated than time being a privilege of gender. But it's fine to say that in a particular context, but I think I would also encourage you to sort of unpick it and think about how waiting and boredom is differentially affected according to not just gender, but how gender intersects with questions of class and caste and religion and age and ability and so forth.
I think Willie had a question about curate. There's a reference that you mentioned. Sorry, that's...
Just if I could have the name, it would be great, of the author.
We're at 2:30, so we'll formally close. But if anybody wants to stay on for a bit more and chat, you're welcome to do so. Thank you again so much for such wonderful papers. And Biao, thank you so much for joining us and for the comments. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Right, so the first panel, I'll be presenting first, followed by Yasmin, and Pei Dong will offer comments after that. And we'll follow the same format as yesterday. So I can start sharing my screen. Unless somebody tells me otherwise, I'm going to assume that the screen is visible and everything is fine. So I have titled this presentation, Education for Mobility, Producing for the Center in the Periphery. And in this presentation, I explore two very different kinds of international mobility strategies. The first is fairly well documented, where individual students who graduate from professional technical degree programs move to Anglophone countries with the help of friendship networks and family resources. The second is relatively new, but it has been extensively documented in other countries, for instance, in the Philippines by Yasmin. This is when institutions explicitly position degree programs or diploma programs as export-oriented. I look at how the two trajectories overlap and diverge at one institution in Western India. But before I go into the details, a brief overview of the Indian higher education system is necessary, especially for those who are not familiar with the system. The higher education system in India is uneven and heavily stratified. And one of the central hierarchies here is the distinction between professional and general education. Professional education, as the name tells us, it guarantees entry into a specific profession through the passing of licensing requirements and so forth. The most popular among these are medicine and engineering, and the hierarchy is sort of mapped on that slide. At the top are state subsidized institutions like the Indian Institutes of Technology and the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And there are many tiers within each of the boxes. And this gives you an idea of how stratified the landscape is. For instance, there are also disciplinary hierarchies, with nursing and pharmacy always seen as less desirable than a medical education or an MBBS. General education, on the other hand, is typically not something that any bright student aspires for, except for a handful of very elite institutions. Again, these are mostly institutes, like the Indian Institute of Science, or other colleges, very elite colleges again, like Stevens or Lady Shri Ram. General education refers to training in the arts and sciences, and one doesn't become part of any specific professional community through a general undergraduate degree. And the vast majority of these are, as described by Craig Jeffrey, dysfunctional. There's actually a fair bit of research on the different types, but I'll not go into those details for now. The important thing to keep in mind is that higher secondary schools across India, for the most part, very clearly define professional education as education for mobility. And this includes both spatial and social mobility. Researchers have shown how students graduating from the IITs and medical colleges have found their way abroad. Porros notes that the British National Health Service, as well as the US, recruited directly from medical colleges in India in the 1950s and 60s. Sheba George similarly notes Middle Eastern countries like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia recruiting again nurses directly from India. The shortage of skilled professionals in the UK and US, the US 1965 Immigration Act, and preferential immigration arrangements for technically skilled personnel is fairly well documented. As compared to direct hiring, engineering graduates, even from premier institutions like the IITs, typically went to the US pursuing a master's degree. So this trajectory required a different kind of network, which Ajanta Subramaniam calls an institutional kinship. It's mostly an information channel. So recent graduates and seniors guide current students about where to apply, how to apply, and even provide financial help sometimes by paying for GRE testing fees. Another channel documented extensively by Xiang Biao is what he calls body shopping. These are graduates from lower tier, typically private engineering colleges, who go through brokers and consultants. These shops, as he calls them, supply and manage cheap IT labor to hyper-flexible, hire and fire IT industry in the global north. Biao emphasizes that body shops are, interesting enough, upheld by family strategies, including land ownership, caste networks, the privatization of engineering education, and extensive marriage markets. The last channels, which Pedong and David Sancho have written about, look at relatively non-elite pursuit of foreign degrees and diplomas, again at the undergraduate level, as a newer way of escaping India's hyper-competitive and increasingly expensive professional education. These are some of the better known trajectories of international mobility associated with undergraduate professional education. Now let me introduce my research site and methods. The project was anchored at one of the oldest pharma colleges in India. I refer to it as the College of Pharmacy. It's located in the historic city of Ahmedabad in Gujarat. I was able to conduct participant observation at the college from September 2019 to March 2020. After COVID shut down campuses, it became more interview focused. And for this paper, I drew on interviews with students, graduates, and instructors of two separate programs One is a state subsidized Bachelor of Pharmacy program. It's a 4-year program. The other is a private. So it's the tuition fees are much higher. And it's a doctoral program. It's a 6-year program, the PharmB program. With the B.Pharm program, you see many of the patterns described in the previous slides of graduates going earlier to the US and now to Canada, working to pass the relevant licensing exam and then joining the professional community there. But with the PharmB program, it's a very new institutionalized dynamic of international mobility that we get to see. And that's what the rest of my presentation focuses on. The flagship program at the College of Pharmacy is the B. And this is industrial pharmacy, not clinical pharmacy. So this program is geared towards the domestic pharma industry. So this is the production of drugs, also vaccines, and India supplies. Though the program prepares students for industrial pharmacy, the international mobility route is very unambiguously through clinical pharmacy. Many of the themes noted in the earlier slide are evident at the College of Pharmacy for this earlier period. So here are some quotations from the interview. So from the 1970s, Narendra talks about how when he graduated, the first thing he did was he applied for a US visa. And it was fairly easy, he says. You just had to fill out the application form, give your mark sheets, you would get called for the interview. But again, family comes in, right? I mean, he first goes to New Jersey because one of his wife's relatives was living there. And friends networks are equally important because he did not get a job in New Jersey. And his friends in Chicago asked him to come there and also provided for living expenses, interestingly, when he was still searching for a job. We also see quite a fair bit of step migration, which Yasmin has also talked about, where you first go to the Middle East, make some money there, and then go to typically Canada. And here Ajit, from a Brahmin caste, he was in Muscat for 12 years, earned enough money, but you cannot settle down there because of residency issues. And then he actually goes to Canada as an unemployed and then sort of builds up his life there. So caste networks, family and marriage as supplementing the professional and technical, and this pattern is very consistent. So Mahesh from the 1990s, he did not emigrate because he was an only son. It's also important because unless you have siblings, the male in the family cannot just leave parents and go away. So he talks about how there was a Patel, that's a caste that has a lot of networks abroad, a Patel professor. He would collect biodata from final year students and set them up with matches of either young men or women who already had green cards or were US citizens. So even though it was not formally institutional, there were institutional channels. And interestingly, it was not about professional work or education. A lot of it happened through marriage markets. And Jay, whom Mahesh talks about, who is Mahesh's classmate, his father found him a girl. She was a US citizen, and that's how he goes. But interestingly, in these earlier narratives, you see a crisis of masculinity, narrative coming up and again. Because in India, there were good jobs, they would get good pay, and then to go to the US as an unemployed person, to struggle, the exams were extremely, but again, this is a temporary phase. So the crisis of masculinity comes up and then sort of fades away. So repeatedly, we see that the family is in many ways what allows the professional to be transnationally mobile, both in terms of economic and cultural resources and just plain immigration documents. So Hetal, she's from Visnagar, and her father already had a visa and applied for a green card, and she was already going to the US while she was doing a 4-year program. So every year she would go to New York and come back. And this sort of created a sort of culture of immigration, and those who did not have immediate family also sort of tried to work their way out, but then the financial resource necessary obviously came from family. So Bharat graduated in the 1990s, but he goes to Canada in the 2000s. And he says that he went with Canadian dollars 20,000. So that's not a small amount, right? So family resources are extremely crucial. Post 2015, actually post 2003, because that's when the US changes its equivalency, the eligibility for the equivalency exam from a 4-year program to a 5-year. So the US route gets completely closed off for pharmacy graduates in India. And those who now go on green cards that they already have or through entry into PhD programs. So the pool sort of shifts to Canada almost completely. And there is some diversification. Obviously, the higher income would include both young men and women. Lower income and rural are almost exclusively made. You don't see, at least I have not come across any rural young women going to Canada or the US. The costs currently are about 20 lakhs Indian rupees. And then there's also the passing of the IELTS. Before you leave, once you get there, the PBC, which is the Canadian equivalency exam for pharmacy, that's also extremely difficult. And friends, family, and romance is also something that comes up very often. Just a few quotations. In more recent narratives, you see consultancy firms coming up a lot more centrally. So Om, he's a Rajput from the Saurashtra region, a relatively rural area, and goes through consultancy agency, enrolled in a technician course. And it's very clear calculations. Canada is cheaper. There are better chances of settling there. But again, even though family is extremely essential, as Renu was talking about yesterday, there are all of these resources which are mobilized, and they have sort of separate roles to play, overlapping. So Om talks about how they are really a fairly big group in Toronto, and they had a friend who was in Vancouver, but he did not have that friend's network. And so then eventually he went back because he couldn't manage the alienation and loneliness that he felt being all alone in a very foreign city, especially for young rural men moving to a very cosmopolitan area. There's a lot of new things and things that they have to learn. Like I said, romance comes up a lot. I'm not giving a lot of quotations here because I still need to find a language to describe it sensitively and respectfully. I look at Nandini Hebbar a lot because she's looked at very similar contexts. And I'll quote from her instead of my data here. She writes how in terms of romance, it's a strategy that if your boyfriend is in the US and if he's from, say, a different caste, then it's much easier to convince your parents that the match is all right and for parents to agree to the relationship. Now, coming to the PharmD program, which is the institutional orientation to immigration, for the first time now you see a curricular focus on clinical pharmacy, which is geared towards the US and Canadian healthcare system, because India does not have that kind of a healthcare system. So now you have the entire cohort being trained for a foreign healthcare system. And the pedagogy is completely caught between the North American curriculum and Indian healthcare realities. So the first cohort has not yet graduated, so we don't know whether the program will actually translate into translational mobility for the entire cohort, or whether family will still continue to be, the key driver. But what it is doing, even during the course, even though the students have not graduated, is that it is building the local corporate healthcare industry in very interesting ways. So this is some of the pedagogic material that's used in the PharmD classroom. They have a lot of case studies. And as you can see, the patient is North American. She is a registered nurse. There are no registered nurses in India. She drinks a glass of red wine with dinner. That's obviously a very unusual practice for India. I mean, a lot of the patients, the curriculum is very clearly North American, but they go into hospitals in India, right? I mean, in very local hospitals, which are both public hospitals, very large with resource crunches, as well as corporate hospitals. So both of these are sites. And Deepthi is a PharmD instructor. She is from the first cohort of PharmD that was offered in Gujarat. So she's recently graduated from a PharmD program in another institution. And she tells you as it is that the doctor in India is God. You can never question them. And the pharmacist's job, if it goes according to clinical pharmacy, is in some ways to question or advise the physician, not necessarily the question, but to advise the physician on prescriptions. And in India, there's a lot of polypharmacy, there's a lot of overprescription. But as a pharmacist, you cannot just go and tell the doctor to not prescribe those extra antibiotics, right? So she tells her students, she teaches them that the doctors will be rude and they will insult you and you will cry, you will cry for the entire first year and you have to be ready for that. And she says, that's what a lot of what I have to teach them. So the pedagogic experience is this sort of very disorienting, sort of caught between the local and the foreign. Sorry, it's a bit sort of, all over the place. But these are very different kinds of strategies. So you have sort of the more individualized one, which goes through the licensing exam route, but still very much shaped by family and caste networks. The professional degree is there, but 80% of the cohort of the B.Pharm program does not have access to this mobility, even though they are also similarly trained in the profession, right? So family is really the key driver. And with institutionalization, then you see how the pedagogy changes and then the implications of that for both classroom pedagogy and for the domestic industry, the healthcare industry. And very briefly to touch on masculinity, I sort of alluded to this, that there is in earlier narratives a crisis of masculinity once they reach the US, when they're struggling with the exam. But that's relatively absent in the narratives of those who have reached there more recently. But this crisis of masculinity is very evident in the domestic space, because that is what is driving a lot of the emigration. There are no more good jobs in industrial pharmacy after an undergraduate degree. It's heavily underpaid and very exploitative. So these are some of the dynamics of what's happening when production happens for the center, but in the periphery. I wish I could have presented a more coherent paper, but thank you very much for listening, and I will stop there. Yasmin, on yours.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and share my screen as well. Thanks so much, Leah, for that presentation. Okay. Okay, so I'll go next. Thank you so much to Leah and Teju for bringing us together. Unlike Leah, this is a project that has been stalled by the pandemic, so it's definitely a casualty of COVID-19. I started it in 2019. Leah and I are cohort mates. We both got this fellowship that was supposed to provide us this opportunity to start new projects. But after 4 months of fieldwork, the pandemic happened. And unlike Leah, I wasn't able to continue my fieldwork. So I put this in storage for 2 years. And for a while, I was in denial. I pretended it didn't exist and I didn't have this half-dead project that I may never complete. But thanks to Leah and other friends, I've been prompted to talk about it again. And so I'm just seeing this as an opportunity to share what I have. Some potential links to other research that may bring it somewhere else. And at the same time, I'm sharing this because who knows, there might be someone in the audience who is interested in similar things and maybe want to continue it and may have more capabilities than I currently have. Because in the Philippines, this phenomenon has more or less disappeared. And I'll say more about it later on. Okay, so let me just jump right into it. So I was inspired by this interesting puzzle that I had noticed towards the end of my dissertation research. So as Leah mentioned, I'm from the Philippines, and I started my career really interested in how Philippine higher education had inserted itself into this labor export commodity chain. And we were producing graduates for export to this global market for migrant workers. But towards the end of my fieldwork, I noticed an increasing number of foreign students who were coming to the Philippines. And that was very strange to see. It wasn't a big number. So you see here, it was about 50,000 students in roughly 2014, 2015. So it wasn't a big number, but it was still quite puzzling because when we tried to figure out who was coming to the country, actually the groups were incredibly varied. So it wasn't just one group. We had these Filipino Americans who were born in the US and were sent home by their parents to take courses in medicine or nursing or dentistry. Then we had a huge group of students from India who were taking programs in medicine, as Pedong had studied them in his own research, but he had studied them in China. So suddenly they were coming to the Philippines. We had varied cohorts of students from Africa, mostly taking engineering courses in marine transportation and marine engineering. And the most fascinating group for me were these second generation students who were actually the children of immigrants in Gulf states. So if you ask them, oh, what's your nationality? They would say, oh, I'm Yemen, or, I have a Azerbaijan passport. But if you ask them, where did you grow up? They would say Qatar, Dubai, right? Or Saudi Arabia. So somehow these students who had already migrated to another, host society had remigrated to the Philippines just for study. So we found that really fascinating. And so as I started my project, I found myself trying to place it in what I was reading about student mobility. And so this is a dominant model that I know has been challenged by many, many, many authors, including Pedong himself. But generally, the idea here, or what most people accept about student mobility, is that students move towards what they call core destinations, because education as a product will give you more returns when you go to an institution that has high prestige or is in what we call the academic centers. And then Philip Altbach had kind of mapped out the other institutions around it. So you have your core schools, then you have your aspirational institutions, or institutions that are trying to gain the same status as the core, and then you have the periphery. But the general logic here is that if you, as a school owner, or let's say a country with a public higher education system, want to attract more international students, you have to play this game of attaining the same prestige as the core. And so Singapore, where I'm currently working, plays that game to the max, right? So they will invest in international faculty, they pour money into research just to up their rankings in these different ranking lists that we have in order to gain the same prestige as institutions in the core. But the Philippines, we don't really do that, right? So interestingly, within the Philippines, the schools with the largest numbers of international students are lower tier, private, for-profit, and owned by companies or enterprises. So these schools are not even our best schools among Filipinos. So in a way, it was a case that didn't really fit. And so in sociology, we're often asked, right, what is this a case of? And for a long time, I couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Oh, something to add, the Philippines itself is also not an ideal or desirable destination for international students. The city is overpopulated, suffers from crime, high pollution. It's also my hometown. So yeah, you can come visit and I'll show you around the old city. But basically the main message is that students don't migrate or don't come to the Philippines because they want to stay in the Philippines. So it's not a desirable place to emigrate either. Okay. So beyond, if it didn't fit this dominant model of the core and the periphery, I was trying to think, okay, so how have people explained movements to the periphery? And I noticed that a lot of the current work have tried to move beyond capital accumulation, and rightly so. I think that is a good perspective to take. So people have emphasized maybe students move towards places where they have more cultural similarities. Liha Fan has this wonderful work about how, it could be part of this personal development, that even if they're moving towards study experiences that might be more mediocre, these experiences can be transformative in different ways. Others have talked about how there's these emerging hubs or places that actually provide an escape from political or economic instability. So like Mexico is actually it's a receiver of a lot of students as well, although we hardly talk about it in the literature. And of course, Peidong talks about how students may just see it as a compromise, that it's not really driven by this rational choice model, this economistic model. But at the same time, I kind of lean towards this question of maybe they're just accumulating a different type of capital. I think it's useful to think about student mobility beyond just accumulating capital, but it's still a degree. It's still a credential. So I still find myself asking, why? Why would they be attracted to obtaining this? Is it really just because of all this non-capital related reasons? So Lee had talked about this idea of linguistic capital, that she said in China, even the lowest tier schools will attract students, not because of the institutional cultural capital or the prestige of the degree, but because they could say that they studied in China and they learned Mandarin. So it could be a different form of capital. And in my own work, I've tried to explore this question of maybe there are degrees that are not prestigious per se, but offer future mobility. So if you have a nursing degree from the Philippines, because there are a lot of Filipino nurses abroad, there's this assumption that maybe it can offer some mobility, even if it doesn't come with this idea of institutionalized prestige. So these were just some things that I was thinking about. What I'll do now is share two major themes that came out from my conversations with students as to why they came from the Philippines. And then I'll move on to talk about another possible reason why they find themselves moving to the periphery. Oh, sorry. And in terms of methods, this is what I managed to do in 4 months. So I had focused mostly in these first two questions, and the interviews were, we talked to a bunch of students and university administrators, but not a lot, right? So I'm just basing this on what I currently have. Okay. So one major theme that emerged, and one that doesn't seem too surprising, is that they had come to the Philippines mainly as a plan B or plan C. So as Leah had mentioned, a lot of the Indian students, it's a very competitive system. And so they move out of India to kind of escape the barriers that they had faced within India. So interestingly, Indian students from India had seen the Philippines as this alternative route towards getting a medical degree. And for second generation immigrants from the Middle East, it was a plan C, right? So they couldn't access higher education in, let's say, Dubai because it was too expensive. They couldn't go back to their home country because the situation is not very stable at home. And so they saw the Philippines as this third choice. And the question is, what made you decide on the Philippines? So they would say, oh, because my parents have so many Filipino friends and they seem to be doing well in Dubai. They're radiographers and RNs, registered nurses. So maybe the Philippines is a good third choice. Interestingly, I think Leah would find this interesting. There were Indian students whose Indian parents were in Dubai. So they were born in Dubai. They couldn't access higher education there. They tried to enter medical school in India, didn't get in. And so the Philippines was this third choice. So it's this plan B or plan C. But what's interesting is that didn't really apply to everyone. So for Filipino Americans from the US, the Philippines was like this life hack. So if you are, not as cool, just like me, and you can Google it now, a life hack is basically a more efficient or easier way of completing a task. So a perfect example is if you want to separate egg yolks from egg whites, you can just use a strainer instead of doing it the long way. I haven't tried it myself, but this is one example of a life hack, right? Do something in a faster and easier way. So for Filipino Americans, it's not as if they couldn't access med school in the US. It's just that they didn't want to go to med school in the US because they would have to take out a loan, they'd have to take a competitive exam, it would be much more of a hassle. And so they saw the Philippines as just an easier way to attaining this goal. And when I was leaving the field in 2019, actually some schools were seeing this influx of Chinese professionals, mostly teachers from China, who wanted to get PhDs and MBAs. And when I was asking their broker and their agent, and as well as a few students, they said they came because the Philippines offered a faster way to get a PhD. So I don't believe that they can't find a place that would offer a PhD in China. It's just that they wanted a faster and easier way to do this. So these two themes, among different students, they coexist. So many of these students are in the same universities, and somehow the universities were able to find a way to cater to them both. And so that was, I think, where I decided to focus my investigation. How were these Philippine institutions able to kind of cater to these two needs? And why is it that only some schools were able to do so within the Philippines? So, the common explanations people give is that, oh, the Philippines is cheaper, that's why they go to your country. I was like, if it was just money, why is it that not all schools can take in international students? And people say, oh, it's because in the Philippines, you teach in English. And I said, there are many countries that offer English programs. And if that was the case, then why do only some of our institutions attract international students? So this is the argument that I've started to make, which is beyond institutionalized cultural capital or prestige. Actually, what we offer, what these institutions have been able to offer, is this idea of flexibility, which is interesting because this is completely absent in the literature on neoliberal higher education. But it's actually a main part of our new economy. Flexibility is actually the ability to cater to multiple consumer demands and adjust to changes in the market. And basically, the Philippine universities that have been able to attract international students have been able to do so because they are extremely flexible to the demands of the students, their brokers, and their parents as well. So let me give you an example. This is an ad from one broker who brings in a lot of medical students into the Philippines. And, it seems like a typical ad, but what I found really fascinating is that they claimed to offer an Indian syllabus. And Peidong knows this, but this is really shocking to me because in the Philippines, we follow the American system. So our med school is 4 years pre-med, 4 years med proper. But the Indian system is an MBBS, so it's only supposed to be 6 years. But apparently, the Philippine school owner that they talked to said, no problem, we'll just find a way to compress our medical program into 6 years and we'll give you your MBBS, right? So that's basically what the school said. I talked to another medical school in the Philippines, also private, also for profit. And I asked them, did you ever think of trying to bring in some Indian students? And the dean of the medical school said, yeah, we're open to them, but they just have to follow our curriculum. We're not going to change anything. And so because of that, they only have maybe 20 students. And while another school who has been more flexible was able to take in about 2,000. right? So it shows that the flexibility is a factor. Another interesting thing, this is another medical school, Our Lady of Fatima University. They also have a huge population of Indian medical students, but they also have one of the biggest groups of Filipino Americans, which is about 50. And the reason for that is that they were able to offer a clerkship program. So after a certain number of years, like 4 years, I think you have to do 1 year of clerkship. And most Philippine medical schools require it to be done in the Philippines. But for some reason, Fatima was able to work with their contacts and offer a clerkship program in the US. And that's the reason why they have a lot of Filipino American students. So you see here that in one institution, they managed to offer different things in order to appeal to different groups of international students. And I think that in a way, it reveals something about a group of institutions that don't have as much luxury of having students just come to them. And this is almost like a strategy that they have in trying to create these mobility pathways. So in a way, I've been trying to think about how we can move on from this model that many people have already started, but without completely disregarding this idea that institutions in the periphery can offer something as well, that it's not just about students, being driven by personal development or not knowing what they're getting into. I think actually a lot of the students I talk to know what they want, they aspire towards something. It's just that they're trying to find different ways of getting around the barriers that they face in their own lives. And for some reason, we now have a market of highly flexible institutions in the periphery that are willing to offer these pathways. Whether that's good or not, I think that's something for us to discuss. So I'm just going to leave you guys with 3 quick, questions that we can think about. As I started to reflect more on this project, I realized, is flexibility really limited to the periphery? Or will we see more of it as more higher education institutions encounter problems like demographic decline, shrinking classes, right? And an overall disillusionment with higher education. So this is from the Chronicle of Higher Education, which is mostly based in the US. And you can see constant presence of articles talking about how institutions need to change in order to survive. So it makes me wonder, who else is trying to be flexible? Coming from Singapore, I wonder, are there different types of flexibility? So the National University of Singapore has been called an entrepreneurial university because it's very quick to make changes. We've had some recent mergers. They've closed Yale NUS College, which we thought would last at least 10 years, but now it's only 8 years. In my institution, people are being asked to revamp the core curriculum, and they've been given 6 months to do it. So now I'm wondering, what makes that so different from Our Lady of Fatima University creating a 6-year MBBS within an American higher education system or an American-inspired system? But I'd like to end in a more hopeful note, in that, is flexibility really a bad thing? I talked about this with some friends in the US, and I remember my friend told me, well, if my uni didn't offer night classes, I would have never gotten this degree, right? Is it necessarily a bad thing that universities can be more flexible to students who don't have 4 years, who are not young, who are not rich, or who do not have a visa to go all the way to the US or Canada for their higher education? So something for us to consider, and I'll leave it at that so we can discuss even further. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Yes, please. Sorry. Thank you, Yasmin and Leah, for 2 very exciting, rich presentations. I've learned so much, and this really been captivating. So let me just, offer some comments and observations, and then try to bring in a little bit of. So I really think there's so many things that have been discussed. I will try my best to do this in an organized way, but I have a sense I may fail. So first to Leia's presentation, so your explanation of the Indian educational context has been really helpful for myself. You know, I studied Indian medical students seeking MBBS degree in China, and so one of the things that I have united my original research was the sort of background from which they came, and the cultural significance, the societal significance of professional education. And you really did a wonderful job in enlightening me, at least me, for regarding that. A second thing in your presentation that struck me, because your research participants actually you interviewed graduates who have settled, for a long time in the US, and you had, a wide range of participants. Is this the importance of kinship networks and the caste networks, and how conjugal relationship, family arrangement, family alliance actually played into, mobility through education, and so it's really no longer a person's professional ambition and their own individual aspiration that is driving this, right? It's really embedded in the community. This is something that contrasts quite about Chinese student mobility. So yesterday we've also heard about Chinese students seeking education abroad, and maybe later we're going to hear more as well. I definitely with contemporary Chinese students going abroad to study, wherever the destination, the kind of community or family alliance kind of based networks or dynamics really seldom ever play into it. So that's something I find quite sort of very interesting contrast that you brought out. Another thing that struck me when you talked about the curriculum that was being used in the pharmacy college, right? That is not really embedded for embedded in the Indian context, which is why what leads you to say that this is producing for the center in the periphery. There was an interesting echo in my own research about Indian MBBS students trying to get the MBBS degree in China in the English educated program. You would have imagined that the Chinese, when they offer the program, they would have their own sort of set of MBBS sort of syllabus and so on. But very much similar to Yasmin's case, because majority of the students studying in English media MBBS program in China were from India, right? They were the majority. They were not necessarily 90%, but more than half, and in order to cater to them, right, what the Chinese colleges did was to hire, Indian instructors who are familiar with the Indian curriculum, and they teach the, Indian curriculum to the students, right? So there was a very clear sense that China was not a, migration destination or where these Indian students will eventually practice. It was very clear that this is a transitory sort of, educational sort of space for you to acquire this degree on the cheap, at affordable price, but the aim is very clear for them to go back to India. But one interesting and the troubling aspect of this arrangement in my field work then was that although Indian being the majority of the students, there were also students from Middle East, from Jordan, from Egypt, and African students. So we got a sizable number of students from those countries. What they were being forced to do was to actually take Indian MBBS curriculum together with the Indian students. So that leads to a lot of dissatisfaction among the students, and I believe the program. I wasn't very optimistic about the program running in the long term, and now with COVID and everything, I think it's definitely something. The future prospect of that kind of scheme in China is quite uncertain. So that echoes what Yasmin had been talking about as well. I have one question for now for Leia, which is that, so you had interviewed participants from different sort of stages, and some of them migrated long ago, and you are also observing the current situation. So I wonder whether over this longer stretch of time, have you noticed any significant shifts in how this pharmacy or medical education based sort of migration were there any significant changes over time, and how to interpret that, right? So that would be my question for you. Yasmin, so absolutely. I mean, I've heard you talk about this before, but when I hear it again, it's still just so fascinating, and it really ties into when you talked about, flexibility, flexible university, I'm thinking, right, the one word that we've been hearing so much these last 2 years was the word disruption, disruptive. Everything's been disrupted and so on and so forth. And so there seems to be an imperative for everyone, for all institutions to be adaptive, right? To be flexible, right? So I think you had really an acute observation about even, so this flexibility is not something that the lower ranked or middle ranked, entrepreneurially minded university are doing, but even for very prestigious universities in, in rich countries, right? That's something they are increasingly forced to do, in response to market conditions. So that's really interesting. I agree with you about, that the students you were observing, they were accumulating different forms of capital. I do think that's I don't think that's actually at odds with other other forms of explanation, such as Leha's notion that these students are seeking a transformative experience. A lot of those students who go to unlikely destinations, to engage in unlikely educational mobility arrangements, they were actually thinking of themselves as accruing, useful experiences, cosmopolitan perspectives, and so on. So that, in a very broad sense, can be interpreted from a Bourdieusian sense of, accruing, accumulating capital, right? Embodied, experiential capital. And I think what you discussed also sort of, I think it gels very well with my notion of compromise, right? So, when I heard that you say that, Philippines for many students were the plan B, plan C, right? That was essentially what, what a lot of my Indian participants in China were telling me, except for one thing, right? In the older, more the older literature on international student mobility, there is this focus on, or tendency to explain educational mobility as something that's very carefully constructed, right? So parents spend so much, rational thinking about where to go. Parents strategize. The middle class have the symbolic, cultural, and the economic resources to strategize, to chart the pathways for their children. But what happens with a lot of these plan B, plan C type of students is that the way they land on their plan B and plan C is not irrational. They are rational, right? I can't afford to go to US, UK, so I go to China for the, the MBBS degree costs only a fraction of what it would be in a Western country. It's not that it is not rational. So the cost factor and all those factors, they are rational, but they are not rationalistic in the same sense that other factors play into this, process, such as the recommendation by, intermediaries. So what I found about the Indian students who ended up studying MBBS degree in China was that they had very little idea of what, what China can offer them, what China looks like. They really, because of their village, sort of small town sort of background, information is limited, and their parents being lower middle class, and sometimes even not even lower middle class, right? They had very little knowledge of what's going on. But references, recommendation by intermediaries, and all these things actually play into how it leads to that outcome. So it is not to say it is not rational, but it's rational in a different way, and that's what's really interesting about those. So maybe I will, I don't have a specific question here for Yasmin, but I think you mentioned at the beginning of your paper that you see this whole phenomenon pretty much disappeared. So I wonder if maybe that's a outcome because of the flexibility of these colleges. But maybe you can say a little bit more about the current situation where do you see this just as sort of a flash in the pan, and or do you foresee, with the world coming out of, COVID, or entering a COVID sort of a new normal, whether there are other, what do you see would be the phenomenon going forward? Lastly, I want to go back to, because both presentations talked about use the conceptual, imaginary of core and periphery. And I thought that was really, something I want to just dwell on a little bit more. So center and periphery is certainly a very widely used trope and imaginary in understanding ISM. And by the way, I'm I have a very ambivalent attitude towards it, because I have used this framework to think about China's position in the global field of international student mobility. So China is the largest sender of international students around the world. Chinese students goes everywhere. Everywhere they are most likely the largest number of students, right, by nationality. However, China actually hosts a huge number of this is pre-COVID. They host a huge number of students as well. So based on that, and looking at the kind of position and the sort of role China plays, I've actually talked about China being a sort of semi-peripheral sort of player in the global landscape as well. But I think the one issue with this very loved, center periphery sort of metaphor is that it certainly is derived from, a critical understanding of colonial political economy, right? So, if we think about where the center periphery idea is about, colonial relations of exploitation of power and so on. And it sort of implies a more or less a unified sort of a singular world system, right? Because this center periphery sort of imaginary was very much made famous by Immanuel Wallerstein's sort of analysis of world system. And I think when he was talking about the world system, he was talking about the world system as one integrated system. Now, taking a leaf from, the field of international relations or geopolitics, right? We're talking about the world moving away from a unipolar world, into a multipolar, multipolarity and so on. And certainly what you see happening recently in China is that I think just a few months ago or a few weeks ago, several universities in China, prestigious universities in China, announced that they would like to withdraw from the global rankings game. They no longer want to play this Western standard sort of league table system where you are assessed to so-called their Western criteria. But until then, China has been, just like Singapore, they've been doing everything trying to play that game. So now, if it is indeed the case that we are moving away from a unipolar world, and the world is fracturing in front of our eyes with all this, deglobalization or whatever troubles with globalization, will the center periphery sort of imaginary still be as useful for us today? And what are some alternatives, right? So those are some of the thoughts I have been I've been thinking about when I sort of considered this often used sort of framework of center periphery. I think that's all I will say for now. I did prepare a few more, but I don't want to take too much time, and I think there must be a lot of conversation and question from the audience as well. So I think I will stop there, and hand the floor back to you guys. Thank you.
Yasmin, you can go first. I also want to hear what's happening.
Thanks so much. No, thank you, Peidong, for it. I was a little afraid when I did this presentation, like Peidong's going to correct me somehow. But you're completely right. I think what I was criticizing was this idea that I think I worry that we might discount the potential for peripheral schools to offer some sort of capital. So thank you for clarifying. And that I think you're right. People recognize that they do gain something from it, but you're right in that the decision to come to it does not fit the kind of framing that in terms of how student migrants were portrayed in the past. Okay, so moving forward, sorry, I realized I never got to finish that end of the story. So after COVID, these schools decided that international programs are going down, and because of the pandemic, there's now a worldwide demand for nurses once again. So there was the nursing opportunities, especially for foreign nurses, have been going up and down, and it declined in the 2010s because of different factors, right? The UK stopped receiving non-EU nurses. The US decided to hire more locals. So there was a decline in nursing, in the demand for nursing degrees, and that's why they turned to these international programs. But after the pandemic, the universities realized, oh, nurses is in again. And because they are truly flexible, they just, the administrators I've talked to said that they're easing out the international programs and they're going to bring back nursing. So the problem with private universities in the Philippines is that they don't have a lot of space. They can't run an international program and a nursing program at the same time. So what they do is that they repurpose space within the university to fit this need. So I think for the students who can still do their courses online, most of them are still doing it online until now. Actually, higher education has not completely opened up in the Philippines. And then they're not accepting new students anymore. So I think that's where I find myself a little stuck. Like I can't really continue the research as I had planned. So I don't know if I'm just going to end up just documenting its transition back to my original dissertation topic. Who would have thought that that we just end up in this cycle? Thanks so much for this question on the core periphery. So I myself have also been so unsatisfied with it, but in a way, that's what we often refer to in first trying to place all these interesting cases that we find in our research. Something that I'm thinking about, and it came up because school owners themselves describe their institution as part of this, is the idea of a segmented market. So for-profit institutions in the Philippines, they see themselves as in competition with other institutions globally, like China and the Ukraine, but they're not competing with like Beijing University or NUS. They're competing with like some small regional second-tier Chinese medical school that they heard the broker also works with, right? So in a way, they're globally oriented, but they're not competing with the same institutions. So interestingly, the core periphery model doesn't really fit because it doesn't allow for that kind of variety within countries who are placed in different parts of this map. So yeah, something I'm thinking about is like, is the Philippines a case of a new player in a hidden segment of this higher education market, a market that we've ignored because it doesn't involve Australia, the UK, or the US. So just something to consider. Leah?
Thank you for the comments and the questions. And I agree with Yasmin, for periphery, it's sort of like a shortcut. I mean, but I still, I think it, other than, the geopolitics and the historical, coloniality and all of that, I think it also it does somewhere still speaks to how hierarchical the system is. And it needn't just be the US or, Canada. There are a lot of cores and peripheries within the country as well. Like, I mean, that chart that I showed, it's full of like that. So, but I agree that I still need to be able to account for, the fragmentation that you're talking about in terms of the current political economy, and find a way to sort of put them both together. That yes, there is a way in which the core is not the colonizing countries, that there are many more kinds of fragmented power distributions. But at the same time, within new hierarchies, there are sort of directions that are desirable. So to find a way to sort of put them maybe in conversation. But I loved what what you were sort of pointing out about how the rational is also always contingent and affective. It's not that they are, separated out. These are not just rational economic actors. A lot of the decisions are very contingent, dependent on a lot of things coming together. I love Vicky Zhang's article. She's in the group that Tejaswini had mentioned, Futures of Mobility, and she writes about some of this as well. Yeah, so I think a lot of the earlier research has, obviously already been complicated. But coming to the questions that you'd asked about changes, so I haven't really had time to reflect on, the fieldwork month. This is very recent fieldwork that I've just come back from, actually. But my sort of larger sense is that it has, on the one hand, become somewhat more diverse. It's still not obviously as diverse as to include rural women or scheduled castes or scheduled tribes, but in some ways it is more diverse. And along with that diversification, it has become more precarious. Obviously, the US closing off, now Canada, the number of students passing the exams are also coming down. So they have to find, the Toronto region has become very saturated. So even if you do an internship now, you have to do it not for pay. So the route has become much more precarious as it is opened up for a more diverse pool. So that's sort of the larger sense that I have, but obviously I need to look at my data much more closely. And Yasmin, you're absolutely right in terms of flexibility and disruption, the other term. I don't think thinking of it in terms of good or bad, maybe, I think it's there and people mobilize it in very different ways. And again, coming back to, the locations, it gets taken up in very different ways. A closely related concept with Craig has also written about is Jugaad in India. And there's also been a lot of literature, whether it is corporate capitalist Jugaad as versus subaltern Jugaad. It takes a lot of different shapes and forms. And I think paying attention to the specificity of the flexibility and again scale, whether it's the individual or the institution and based on social location, how it gets mobilized. I think that's probably the direction in which a lot of our research will move in. Other comments from anybody in the audience or from Craig?
Thank you. I really enjoyed listening to those two papers. Thank you, Leo and Yasmin. I wondered, I guess they're two slightly unconnected questions, but just a rather self-interested question in the sense that I'm working on this at the moment. But I wondered, in the work that both of you have been doing, whether you encountered examples of student poverty and particularly student food insecurity in the locations that you're describing. But I guess my main question was around whether either of you had engaged at all with the classic article by Burton Clark on the cooling out function of higher education. It's published in 1963, but has been used a little bit in anthropology and sociology, and I guess in education to think about that whole issue of Plan B. It just seemed to me that that's such an interesting idea that connects both of your papers. What's the social process through which students move from Plan A to Plan B and down through the alphabet? What are the agencies involved? The family, brokers, the educational institutions themselves that actually ensure a smooth process from Plan A to Plan B and so on. Because the classic article is about how US colleges actually perform the function of cooling out, like basically kind of managing the process of young people recalibrating their expectations to what is, in inverted commas, more realistic. So they might enter the college expecting to become become president of the US, and they leave accepting a mid-level job in management in Walmart. And so I'm just really interested in these different contexts you're describing about that kind of process, and I guess the kind of the political sociology or the social anthropology of that process. I guess it's a tangential perhaps to some of your work, but I just wanted to mention it as something that I thought was really could be really interesting.
Sorry, what was the question about? Did you say student poverty? Is that?
Yeah, student food insecurity in particular is something that I'm trying to develop a project on across different locations. 30 to 40% of students in Australian universities experience food insecurity. And the figures are roughly the same in North America. And I know from a colleague at the University of Toronto that sometimes the figures among international students are particularly high. And this is something that predates COVID. So I'm just interested if it crops up in your interviews, I guess in terms of that crisis of masculinity. But more broadly, both of you, if this is something that you've come across students talking about.
Mm. I can answer it really quickly, Leah, if you want some time to think. So very quickly, the Philippines is not a very vegetarian-friendly country. We love our pork. Vegetables are meant to be mixed with meat. That's how we see the nature of how vegetables exist. Yeah, so unfortunately, for Indian students, it's not exactly food insecurity. It's just a lack. It's a food desert in terms of folks who are vegetarian. So one thing that brokers have requested from certain universities is to offer catering. And yes, some Philippine universities were like, of course, we can do that. So then they offer this like food service for those who can pay for it. But not everyone can. And some Indian students have tried to resort to other ways to find their food because they don't want to give the brokers more money. Yeah, so that's a quick answer to the food security question.
That's very interesting.
Did I get stuck? So it's very similar in my context as well, because also Gujaratis, at least they claim to be vegetarian, or I mean, yeah, I won't go into the politics of food. So not so much insecurities as they all talked about how they couldn't find good vegetarian options, and the kinds of food that they gravitated towards were Mexican falafels made of chickpeas. Again, very familiar kind of item. And Renu talked about cooking yesterday. So for young men to learn cooking because they're going to Canada. So a lot of that comes up. And for the young women who go are from relatively wealthier families, and for most of them, they're also learning to cook, which is very unlike in Renu's context, where women typically would have done some household work and would obviously know how to cook. So it's more cooking that comes up. And even when they go out, again, probably because of the non-vegetarian and the food options, they prefer to go to Indian restaurants. Yeah, so that's in terms of food, but recalibration, it's there all throughout, not just in the international student mobility strategies, because the undergraduate degree does not lead to what is promised or what was historically there in terms of a decent job. It's all about recalibration. And I don't think the processes are smooth, or it hasn't reached that stage probably where it is smooth. There's a lot of trying to get into the civil services, a lot of testing. Jeffrey Craig's has also looked at some of that, preparing for other kinds of entrance exams. And there's a huge sort of emotional cost, a lot of self-questioning. They come in as meritorious and they leave as unmeritorious. So there's a lot of identity shift, trying to come to terms with what merit even means, and trying to hold on to a sense of the merit then becomes something that's in the past. I was meritorious. So these are some of, but yeah, I mean, it's all about recalibration, at least in my context.
I guess to quickly add, so thanks, Craig, for bringing up the cooling out function. I actually used that concept in some earlier work, and I find it really important. What makes it different for the international students, I think, as Pei Dong mentioned, is that they're navigating a very hierarchical system, and they're very aware already that by going to the Philippines as a plan B, they've compromised on some of their original plans. But a colleague of mine had mentioned that in a way, the students are really just trying to target particular thresholds, right? So for the Filipino Americans, they just need to pass the licensure exam in the US. And so for them, even if it's a lower ranked university in the Philippines, as long as it allows them to take the licensure exam and possibly pass it, then that's good enough for them. But they know that by going to the Philippines, there's no way that they're going to get a residency in dermatology or in New York City or Chicago, they're most likely going to work in Wyoming or in a rural hospital. And those hierarchies are very clear to them before they even start the program. So I think that, yeah, I guess this is where Pedong and I kind of have this conversation about, you know, the reasoning that goes into these decisions. I think they're so well aware of what they will compromise in choosing to go to these destinations. But because they just have this threshold, like when I asked the Indian students, were you worried about coming here? Since you didn't really know anything about the Philippines, they said, oh, we went on the website and looked at, you know, WHO recognized medical schools, and the school was there. So then that's good enough for us. So it's like just a threshold that they want to reach. And then I think maybe they have plans to go higher maybe in the future, but we don't know.
Okay. Willie and then Tejaswini.
Unmute. Thank you for these really interesting talks. Like I'm really enjoying this. And yeah, I had a question for Yasmin. Yeah, I thought it was very interesting what you brought out about flexibilization, and also a very convincing and interesting finding. Yeah, I wondered, like, are there maybe also, is there more like to why students are thinking about like going to the Philippines? Because say I was a little bit thinking about a parallel. Like some students of mine recently, like did some research among Chinese students in the Netherlands, and talking with them about like why they choose the Netherlands as their destination. A lot of them didn't only talk, say, for example, about rankings, but also about like how they saw the Dutch. Like they talked about progressiveness, they talked about like ideas about freedom, and the ideas just mostly pretty stereotypical ideas about like what they would find in the Netherlands. So I wondered, like, how do your interlocutors see the Philippines, and are there particular dominant ideas that, for example, attract them to the Philippines?
Right. Now, should I go ahead and answer? Okay. I guess just very quickly, that's a great question. There's quite a range. So for many, I think as Peidong had found in his among his interviewees in China, they knew almost nothing about the Philippines, and they just went with what the brokers had told them. But what the brokers told them, I also find fascinating. The brokers basically said this is a country that has done very well in educating its citizens for a whole range of other countries. So they sold this idea that, as you know, Philippines is very good at producing professionals for the world. And for them, they actually found that something compelling and something that they found really interesting. So I guess this is where the brokers kind of come in presenting an image of the country as well. So for Indian students from India, most of them didn't know much, but then the brokers gave them this image that they look forward to. On the other hand, for those coming from the Middle East, their parents had many Filipino friends. And so they had this idea that, oh, Filipinos are good workers, they have good training, and they're friendly. So that was the image that they had. And I think for China, because there's been more ties between these countries, they're aware that, oh, there's a lot of opportunity in the Philippines because a lot of Chinese have been going back and forth because of the ties. But yeah, in a sense, it's not really a very beyond the very surface level image of like a friendly, very mobile group of people. They didn't really know very much about the Philippines. So yeah, no, but thanks for that question.
Tejaswini?
Yeah, thanks to all three speakers, and especially learned from the commentators' comments. Thank you, Pedong. I have a bunch of questions, but I'll try to limit them to make more space for other discussion. I just wondered if in all three locations, whether it's China or the Philippines or the kind of people you're looking at, Leah, whether the people who migrated for education were fluently Anglophone. Because to my mind, I mean, in the many decades ago when I traveled for education, there was certain caste class group of people who traveled, especially if you were in the arts and science and in the arts and humanities, who had to be fluently Anglophone in order to even make it into, say, a US university or a UK university. And I think that maybe choosing pharma, choosing sciences allows a different kind of opportunity. But I also wondered separately from that, I wondered whether that's a factor, Leah, in your migration patterns. And what about the Indian students who go to China or the Philippines? Are they the fluently Anglophone variety, or are they coming with many other kinds of linguistic baggage? And if so, how do they cope in those situations? Because being Anglophone gives you a way of getting around certain problems of cultural difference, which I'm not sure happens necessarily with people who go to China and the Philippines. Although there they might have other kinds of affordances that they will not have in a place like the US when they go there. For example, like having their own syllabus taught by their own instructor, and that is fascinating what Pei Dong was saying. So I am very curious about the caste class composition of the students who go to China and the Philippines, and also the Ukraine, because when Leah and I first started talking about this workshop, that it's the elephant in the room for this workshop, but that was actually what started us thinking about who are these students. When we noticed them being brought back and coming back to India when the conflict first started, I noticed they were all from really, really small towns in wherever place they were coming from. They wouldn't even have made it to the metropolis in India, let alone in some other country. So that I think is fascinating. It speaks to a certain democratization of educational opportunities that's afforded by these so-called peripheral spaces. I totally agree with Pei Dong that we need to change that way of thinking about that relationship. Of course, there are hierarchies, but that need not be the only way to talk about that hierarchy. So I'll just maybe stop with one other comment. They're connected. One, flexibility, the concept that is doing the rounds in these presentations. Why talk only about institutional flexibility? Let's also talk about student flexibility. Because I think that you've all spoken, and the earlier questioners also came up with this idea. How do people decide where to go, etc.? And how do people quickly and flexibly change their options? Because there's only a small window when they finish graduating and they want to leave the country, that in that time they have to make up their minds very, very quickly. So something about that would be nice if we could hear, maybe in future work, I don't know. And similarly, the whole question of, look, speaking from the Indian side, Indians are very fond of accumulating credentials. So that anything they go to, they will collect a certificate. When I was small, I have a stack of certificates from the time I was in kindergarten. And it's like egg and spoon race, first prize, whatever. It doesn't matter. Keep the certificate, right? So I'm just wondering whether instead of talking about accumulation of capital, whether one could talk about accumulation of credentials instead. Because accumulation of capital suggests that it is in many way heading towards the first world location, that you will eventually end up in that location. Whereas I think the way in which, very interesting ways in which, especially in China and the Philippines, I hear this being articulated, is that there's a different way in which Indian students are accumulating credentials. And that might or might not take them in a particular direction, but it's like insurance. You have it. It will come in handy at some point. Anyway, let me stop here.
Thanks, Tejaswini. That's a brilliant set of comments and questions. I'll only very briefly speak to the language question that you raised, and you're absolutely right. There has been a lot of democratization. And Gujarat is an interesting case because most of the students at the college still come from Gujarati medium. So they are not all of them from English medium schools as well. And then they struggle with the IELTS exam, some of them giving it twice, thrice to get the required band. So this is not the kind of earlier, I'm not very sure whether earlier there was more complexity in the earlier, at least that's how I imagine it, that it was those who were very fluent in English who went abroad. I don't know whether that holds true for the earlier in terms of science and technology. But now, at least for now, it's not students who are very fluent in English. That does not mean to say that it does not always coincide with economic capital. You may be very rich from a business family, but went to Gujarati medium, do not have the kind of cultural capital. So there's also the business class and cultural capital, which does not always map onto how we imagine accumulation of capital.
Okay, so very, yeah. No, please, please, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Fidong.
Okay, very quickly. So to Teja's question about the language fluency, I think your description of the Ukrainian students just now was also spot on for the Chinese students, those Indian students in China. Small town, I would say, lower middle class, or not even kind of backgrounds. They were there's variation. There was a few participants who I can converse very, fluently in English, and that's where I got my insights, because I don't speak any of the Indian languages. So some of them could, but there were also ones who were who struggled a lot with English. It was this category of Indian students were very different from the kind of typical image of a middle class of articulate, Indian youth that I encounter quite a bit more in Singapore, in my university, right? Those who are more, who come from urban, backgrounds, and they sort of have the sort of embodied capital to circulate in, better universities. So that would be the situation for my participants. Yeah.
Thank you so much for these questions. So I completely agree, and it's the same in the Philippines in terms of I have a feeling that the brokers just brought the students who were supposed to go to China to the Philippines when the market changed. In terms of answering this question of personal flexibility, actually, Teju, I find it very interesting. The students in the Philippines actually don't have a lot of flexibility. And I think that's why they're in the Philippines, right? So for the Chinese professionals, they said, we want to do our PhD in 2 years, and we want to only come for classes in spring and winter break because they're working, right? So they came to the Philippines because these universities were like, sure, come during spring and winter, and we'll create a curriculum that's online for the rest of the time. For the Indian students, they said, we want to be done with our MBBS, at this time. We want the dormitory, because our families don't want us to go to a place that's too unsafe. So they actually had a lot of constraints, and I have a feeling that's why they couldn't entertain other options, and that's why the Philippines became quite appealing. So I completely agree that the new economy calls on individuals to be quite flexible, but at the same time, individuals who have less economic dispensable income, less time, who have current jobs, more responsibilities, they want credentials as well, but there may not be a lot of institutions that allow them to obtain these credentials that fit their constraints. And there's this market that saw that opening and decided to exploit it. In terms of credentials versus cultural capital, oh my gosh, I started this conversation with some friends in SMU, and it became this whole debate as to whether Philippine institutions offer only credentials, or do they really offer a form of cultural capital that's recognized as valuable in society? Because someone said, if you have a med school degree from the Philippines, it's not as if you're going to brag about it in parties when you go back to India, which is a little sad. Maybe if it came from University of the Philippines, but from Fatima University, not so. So it's not exactly prestige, but it's still a credential. And so there was this whole debate of, should we separate those two, because they are collecting credentials, but it might not be the type of capital that gains the respect from colleagues, but it's still recognized by certain institutions, and it will allow you to reach this threshold of at least taking the board exams and getting an MD. So I think that's something that we might need to tease out and think further about.
Can I say something? So Yasmin, I think this discussion of credential versus capital is so fascinating, because if we go back to the orthodox sort of Bourdieusian sort of a definition, the education that you've experienced is embodied sort of a cultural capital, right? Whereas the credential is the institutional form of it, right? But in this case, you are saying, and these credentials meet a very practical sort of needs of passing, qualifying for certain board exam, or to be eligible for certain roles. But it doesn't signify sort of prestige. It doesn't translate into symbolic capital, right? So people wouldn't say you get an MBBS from China and look up to you. So it's really a interesting sort of dialectic there. I also wanted to say a little bit more about your flexibility and flexible university, right? So from the university's perspective, these are universities of flexibility, and they are catering to all kinds of needs coming from students. But if we think of from the students' perspective, another theory that we can look at there, you use the metaphor of a life hack.
Right.
The other way I look at it is really is that they are because the standard or prestigious forms of certain capital are no longer within reach for a lot of students. When education becomes democratized, not everybody can go to Harvard, not everybody can get an MBA from a prestigious university. So there is a certain emulation logic going on, that the people who are in the lower rung of society, in order to achieve, because there are certain widely accepted social scripts or social pathways to mobility, right? Getting into a prestigious university and so on. The lower classes seek to follow these social scripts, social rules, and emulate the practice of the more successful. But they don't have the actual resources to actually do the same. So what these flexible universities give them is an opportunity, is an open-ended sort of a possibility for them to do what seems to be a similar thing, right? Accumulate, whether you call credentials or capitals, but not quite exactly the same. But it in a sense, provides us, you could say that they provide hope and possibility, right? For them to live a life that seems to be, to live the trajectory of the more successful, the more privileged, their way of producing social privilege and attaining social mobility.
Right.
Yeah, so that's just one, the other thing I was thinking about, all these multifarious new forms of unlikely destinations and, unprecedented sort of arrangements of educational mobility. I think there's a certain mimicry that the lower classes, those less privileged classes, they want to do the same as the more privileged ones, but resources are not there, so they have to they have to improvise their own arrangements. And there are all those market-oriented entrepreneurial universities and brokers who are there to cater to these needs. Those are some of my thoughts I had.
No, that's great.
Right, we'll be moving into the next panel soon. Jessica, could you make it real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to, we don't even maybe have to talk about it. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit later or after everything's wrapped up. But this idea of the brokers is really interesting to me because in my context, which I won't talk about actually too much in my paper later, but it's something that's really interesting as I'm doing my fieldwork now, is this idea of the brokers having this like guiding capacity for people. And in Cambodia, there's a constant discussion of how there's nobody to guide students to a particular destination. So I'm just really fascinated by this idea of like the brokers creating these kinds of marketing materials for particular programs, but also like presenting the Philippines as, if I'm understanding correctly, as this desirable destination. So I don't really have a question there. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the brokers and their status, but we can also save this for later.
I think just a quick response is that there's several people who had written extensively about the role of brokers in channeling folks. So I'll send you those sources. But thanks for raising that question as well.
Thank you, everybody. We'll move into the next panel now. I'd like to welcome our discussant, Hairong. Thank you very much for joining us. And our panelists, Willie and Jessica. Willie will go first, followed by Jessica, and then Hairong will offer comments.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen. Might need like 30 seconds to make this happen. I'm always so impressed by everybody who's just like, who's doing this so fast. So why am I not seeing it? So share screen. I'm not seeing my presentation come up there. Let me see. Save as. Okay, so it's on my desktop. And if I go here to share screen, I only see, I don't see any.
You want to quickly send me a copy? I could also share it for you if you.
Yeah, please, because I get like desktop and then like a warning sign with a exclamation mark that I've never seen before in my life. So
email it to me. I can try sharing it.
I will do it right now. This is a new send. So you should have it now.
It's not reached me yet.
Maybe it's too big or our box. I could start if you want, and then when it reaches you. I mean, like it's.
Sure. I'll let you know when it reaches me and I'll start sharing.
Or shall I also quickly send it from my Gmail in case my university email is having trouble with the size?
Can you also CC Satvik, just in case it's my internet?
Okay, I'm quickly sending it from my Gmail. So it's in your address. That's yeah, Aduni. So it's your work address. So I send it from 2 emails, but you know, it's actually just pictures to kind of illustrate the project. So it's not.
Got it. I think it's come from the drive. So I think it may be a bit big. Perhaps that's why it wasn't sharing. It'll take me a couple of minutes to like resize it, perhaps. Why don't you get started and I'll share it in a minute or so.
Okay. So okay, well, my apologies, everybody. I don't know why, but screen sharing is not one of the options today. So yeah, I've really enjoyed everybody's presentation. I thank Leah for organizing again, and yeah, I'm also excited to share a little bit of my work. So by listening to everybody speak, it has already kind of raised a lot of thoughts for me. And one of the things is that it's made me more aware of the importance of the context of my research. So I will actually, I noticed then, like when I was thinking yesterday, that I'm going to make that a little bit more at the forefront of my talk today. To explain, yeah, what factors actually contribute to this, to the educational mobility of my interlocutors. So presentation is appearing, and you'll see some pictures then as we'll move on. So Leah, if you could go to the next slide. Okay, so let me first introduce to you my research in more general terms. So the work that I present here today is part of a research project that I've worked on since 2014 when I started my PhD. And it is focused on what I call education migrants in China's Hubei province. Now, I use this term to describe young people who practice rural-urban migration through the higher education system and become the first persons in their families to go to university. Now, the premise of that project was that rural-urban mobilities in China were changing as it became more common for young people from rural backgrounds to move to Chinese cities by enrolling in universities. which made their experiences different from the previous generation of rural-urban labor migrants. Now, for this project, I conducted fieldwork from 2015 to 2016, and then went back again in 2017 in Wuhan, but also in various towns and villages in Hubei province. Now, in addition, conversations with my interlocutors have been going on frequently until today. At the time when I started my research, all my interlocutors were unmarried, yet very concerned about getting married soon. Their less educated peers and family members were getting married around that age, or had gotten married before, even when they were even younger. So the young women in my project felt double pressured, as they were on the one hand scared of missing out on getting married by aging out, and as we discussed yesterday, by being too successful and too intimidating or even unfeminine to attract men. And on the other hand, they were keen to make something out of the higher education that they had just finished and that had previously worked so hard on getting access to. So since that time, about 7 years have passed, and now several of my interlocutors have gotten married, and some of them have also had children. So in my latest catch-up project, I mainly focused on how they've been trying to combine these efforts of fostering a career that they once had very great hopes for with becoming mothers and wives. Now, I thank our organizer, Leah, for the inspiration for doing this, because we've been discussing the possibility of writing a comparative piece on the experiences of our female interlocutors in China and India. Yet for today, I will only focus on my own material, as it was a little bit too early in the process for us to co-present this project. Before I talk more about these recent developments, I would like to give you a little bit of an impression of some important background. So I want to tell you a bit about Hubei province, the Chinese higher education system, and the country's rural-urban divide. So can we please go to the next slide? So first of all, my work is situated in Hubei province, which is a province with about 60 million people in what is often referred to as central China. So if you imagine China on the map and you think just about the middle of it, you won't be too far off from Hubei province. Now, the capital of this province has become very famous in recent years, unfortunately, for very negative reasons. This is Wuhan, a city with around 11 million people. So Hubei province is a very interesting place to study education and mobility for two reasons. Now, the first reason is that Hubei is one of China's, what the government calls big education provinces, which means that there's relatively a lot of educational resources. The province has about 123 higher education institutes, of which 85 are located in Wuhan. Now, this means that the province and the city attract many students from China and actually from all around the world to enroll in its universities. Now, the second reason why Hubei is a good place for studying educational mobility is that it also has a special role in China's larger story of rural-urban transition. Now, I use this term to refer to a dual process of urbanization and agricultural modernization, which is a term used by the Chinese government to describe changes in Chinese agriculture aimed at making food production more efficient. Now, Hubei province is one of China's leading agricultural producers, with its large flat plains, especially in the center and the east of the province, that are suitable for larger scale food production. And the province's leadership aims to make the province a national leader in agricultural sustainability. This means that the local state aims to increase agricultural efficiency by promoting land consolidation and moving away from small-scale farming, making it less viable for families to continue farming on family-sized plots. So this is important, and this is kind of one of the reasons why yesterday I was a bit surprised about the stories of return, because I realized actually the context changing so fast really means that for many of my interlocutors, a return is unimaginable. And actually one of the reasons why they want to be educated is because they have the feeling that the lifestyle that their parents might have had is in a way ending. So then can we move to the next slide, please? So in my work, I think about educational mobility as connected to rural change, as the expansion of the Chinese higher education system is crucial for driving urbanization and thus emptying out the countryside in several ways. So firstly, the Chinese education system as a whole is structured in such a way that it leads rural students from primary schools located in villages, via middle schools in towns and high schools in small cities, to universities in larger cities. Thus, pursuing higher education amounts to rural-urban migration. Now, secondly, educational trajectories prepare students for urban lives. With schools being located far away from the villages, students start boarding at a young age and spend little time in the countryside as they grow up. During their school years, the notion that the good life is located in an urban environment is strongly impressed on students, and schools prepare their students for white-collar work, which is located in cities. Education migrants, whose dual identities as rural-urban migrants and as the first people in their families to go to universities, personify the linkages between the processes of urbanization and educational expansion. Yet their trajectories also continue to be shaped by China's long history of rural-urban inequality, which has soared since the 1990s when government expenditure on agriculture dropped and the township and village enterprise sector collapsed, while the Chinese state and foreign investors continue to invest heavily in the country's urban development. Now, for many people in the countryside who have felt excluded from the economic progress their country has seen in recent decades, education is the answer, or as they sometimes say, the only way out. Now, considering this, the increased enrollment of young people of rural backgrounds in higher education systems is a very positive development. However, as it often is the case with seemingly positive developments, there's also a catch. Since the expansion of the higher education system in China has gone hand in hand with the development of new inequalities in this hierarchically organized system, which means that although the massive expansion of the system offers a pathway for rural youth to become city residents, they also continue to be confronted by the inequalities within this higher education system that restricts their access to the lower rungs of this very stratified system. So then the next slide, please. So here we see a little bit, in those pictures, we see a little bit like the different institutes, like the high school and then the university dorm. Now let me turn to what I'm here to talk with you about today. So the short paper that I wrote for this workshop is based on some recent conversations where, like, instead of our normal like exchange of messages and voice memos, I really sat down again with some interlocutors to have a more serious talk about recent developments in their lives. So as I said, like I started researching this group when they were about 22 years old and they were single. And then marriage was on their minds, but also having just graduated, my interlocutors were keen to explore the labor market. They were generally very ambitious and had very big plans. So they found themselves in a bit of a bind from the get-go, as they felt this double pressure of needing to do both things that don't always go together very well, especially when there's particular ideas about what it means to be an attractive woman. So here we see, for example, a graduation picture from high school taken in a wedding dress. We see one of my interlocutors' marriage pictures, and on the left we see Misty, who I'll be talking a bit about, just coming back from a friend's wedding and showing her bridesmaid's dress. And she was one of those interlocutors that wanted to get married the most, and some didn't at all. So it wasn't necessarily everybody had the same. So let me tell you a little bit about Misty. So we met in Wuhan in 2015, soon after Misty graduated from an accountancy program in a Zhuangke college. Now, Zhuangke college is like basically the lowest rung of the higher education system. So she had very big dreams about having a successful career, but also could not wait to get married. In 2016, she fell heavily in love with a young man who her parents had introduced to her, to be disappointed when his family decided not to pursue an engagement following a disappointing reading from an astrologer who deemed the couple unfit. The strong emotions that Misty displayed following this rejection made clear that this marriage had meant more to her than being able to share her life with this young man, who she had only known for 3 weeks when the relationship ended. Getting married also signified an end to a period of doing it all alone. Since graduation, Misty had lived in Wuhan, where she knew barely anyone, moving from one job to the next, living off of credit cards whenever her earnings did not suffice. Marriage meant a stop to her mounting debt and a way out of a lonely and stressful life. So that was one of the things that I really noticed during my research, is that through this like step-by-step migration, that like people end up like changing kind of social scenes like all the time. So in the end, like arriving in the city and after graduation, they often had very few acquaintances in the city and were relatively isolated. So this marriage, when the marriage did not happen, Misty's debt did not stop growing. She tried making money from selling advertisements, makeup, and financial products, but was forced to tell her parents about her then 68,000 renminbi debt in 2017. Following their instructions, she subsequently moved back to a small city near her home village, where she lived and worked in a restaurant to make up for the financial repercussions of her life in Wuhan. While working in the restaurant, Misty reconnected with a young man who had been her classmate in high school. They started chatting through WeChat. A few months later, they were married and expecting a baby. The marriage was nothing like the type of relationship that Misty had dreamt of while living in Wuhan. When we talked via video call, she explained, Chinese men are not like foreign men. Imagine foreign men as very romantic. They are not romantic and don't express their feelings, and they are not really that caring either, she said. So like other female interlocutors, Misty complained about her husband working too much and spending too much time on his phone. Moreover, after marriage, Misty moved to Guangzhou to stay with her husband in his factory. Yet with him working all day, she got bored spending all day alone in their room on the factory grounds. And at 4 months pregnant, she therefore went back to her parents' house in Hubei, where she hoped to stay for some time. When I asked her when she would return to Guangzhou, she made a frightened face and said, yes, I will go back, but not right after the baby is born. First, the baby needs to be stable and doing well. She's clearly preparing to not go back anytime soon. So Misty did not only negotiate with her family-in-law about where she lived. While she was pregnant, she already revealed that she did not plan to spend her whole life working in a factory. I haven't told them yet, but I want to become a kindergarten teacher. They don't know this though. This project, which involved more studying, was put on the back burner after the birth of her daughter. Yet Misty had not forgotten about it, and she still hopes to continue studying when her child is a little bit more independent. Yeah, so that's like one part of getting married to this family was actually that they agreed that she would work as an accountant in a factory that they run in Guangzhou. So, but after Misty started doing that, she felt like, oh, actually, this is not what I hope to do. So now she's kind of planning a change. Now, if I can go to the next slide, then I also want to discuss quickly a case of a person who did not want to get married, or actually, I long thought she did not want to get married, but recently I've been also discovering that she feels like she can't get married, which is something I also find interesting. So this is Olivia. So in the years after their graduation, most of my interlocutors got married. However, the stories of the women who did not get married illustrate the complex positions of highly educated women from rural backgrounds in a society marked by patriarchal structures and expectations. Now, Olivia is now 28 years old and has worked tirelessly since her graduation in various jobs. She studied fashion in Wuhan and had a relatively smooth start to her career. She worked in several sales jobs before she decided she wanted to start her own school. With the help of investors, she opened her school in Shenzhen shortly before the start of the pandemic and the government's crackdown on extracurricular education. Despite these difficulties, the school is still open today, and Olivia works around the clock to make it into a success. Now, in earlier years, Olivia's reason for working hard was to help her family. She lost her father at age 7, and being the only person in her family with a degree, she felt as if it was her responsibility to make sure her mother and brother were doing well. Her brother had become a labor migrant at age 16. According to Olivia, this was an important reason for him to have developed bad habits, such as gambling, smoking, and drinking. Compared to him, Olivia was the lucky one who'd been able to study with her family's support. She therefore felt as if it was her duty to support her mother and brother with achieving 2 important goals. 1, her brother's marriage, and 2, her mother's retirement. Now, during Olivia's university years, her mother had worked in a cupcake factory in Hunan province, and her brother had moved from one job to the next in Guangzhou. Olivia had always imagined that as soon as she would graduate, she would help them achieve these 2 goals. Now, in addition to wanting to pay back her family for their support, Olivia also explained that her early experience with misfortune had made her fearful, and that there was this fear, not ambition or passion, that drove her to work as hard as she does. So this is kind of in response to me sometimes, like saying things like, you know, you're so hardworking, you're so ambitious, and she's like, I really want you to understand, so she said, like, I don't think I'm I don't think that I'm an especially motivated person, or that I really love studying, as she kind of was implying that I was thinking about her. I'm not someone who has a pure passion. I need to have this career to make myself feel safe and to feel like I can handle all this stuff in my life. So Olivia believes that her early childhood experiences leading up to her father's death have made her afraid of things that are out of her control. I'm afraid of bad luck, of things that are out of my control, like the new government policy, the pandemic. Those are bad luck. It happens. There's nothing I can do about it. I cannot change it. So merely 3 years after her graduation, Olivia was already able to buy a house for her brother with help of her mother. They bought a still to be built apartment in Jingmen, a small city in Hubei, which is close to the town where Olivia grew up. However, in 2022, Olivia's brother still has not gotten married. Her mother, however, no longer works in Hunan, but now lives with Olivia in Shenzhen, where she works as a cleaner for her school. Olivia pays her mother a monthly salary and also continues to cover the monthly mortgage payment on her brother's house. Olivia explains that the situation of her supporting her mother and brother is an important reason she cannot consider getting married. If I can go to the next slide, and I've put this on a slide because it was interesting for me. So she said, like, if I get married, I can't keep giving money to my brother and my mother. When you get married, you should put the money in your own family. Otherwise, it will be unfair. My mom is so worried about my elder brother. She's worried he can't find a wife because he's not stable. And if I get married, I can only leave him alone. I can't help him anymore with these big financial things, the house, the car. I still pay deposit to the bank monthly. How can you do that when you're married? To support your brother? You can't. I don't think you can do that. When I have more money, I can take care of my own family and my new family at the same time. My husband couldn't say anything about that because I'd be rich. But what if you only have one cake? Then I can't give it to my mother and brother and my own family at the same time. So with an income of 20,000 RMB per month, Olivia is easily the highest earning person among my interlocutors. However, she has long battled this problem of having only one cake. Her income enables her to support her family, but her need to secure it prevents her from pursuing her own dreams. So Olivia does not only feel like she cannot get married, but also turned down 2 offers from universities abroad last year after having spoken to me for years about wanting to fulfill this unrealizable dream of studying abroad. So Olivia's own life is on hold until her brother ties the knot and her mother can finally relax. So if I can then go to the last slide. So these are just some final thoughts about like how I'm thinking about this material. So first of all, I'm interested in kind of understanding young people's education mobility in relation to larger processes of societal change, and then especially like the rural-urban transition that's ongoing in China. But also about the gendered consequences of this rural-urban transition. So especially with the kind of young women going to participating more in higher education, I see that like that also really changes their position in the rural household, and that especially in a family system where women are expected to kind of marry into the husband's family. The idea is that they don't need their parental support because they'll be joining their husband's family, so that in some ways also their income is extra and can be used to help their brothers. The brothers are generally in a very difficult situation because with current demographic situation in China, there's basically a lack of marriageable women, which leads to, especially among rural men, a lot of difficulty with finding wives, and also making the demands of the family of the brides more and more kind of difficult to meet, including marriage houses, cars, etc. So the sisters' so-called disposable income is then often made available for brothers. And now after marriage, we see that like this educational ability of these young women, it's still often like their careers are often stopped or paused when they have children or they get married, or they at least have to change their career into something to find an occupation that's more considered women friendly, such as teaching. Many of my interlocutors have moved into teaching in recent years because they can do it close to the home and they can follow the child's schedule. So this definitely like raises questions also about like all the effort that goes into going into that university, and then what happens so soon after graduation. And then one thing I was thinking about for this panel is that like something I have struggled with a long time is like, what is really the ruralness of like my interlocutors' lives? Because they often describe them as rural, but they also say they actually move away from the countryside at such a young age, and what still makes them rural? So I've been thinking about a few things that are important in bringing out, and that are also tied to of all, their mobility. They're often extremely mobile, but also the families are often already very, very mobile, also making this idea of the return more impossible, because actually there's often very few people that are still back in the village, for example. The family makeup, like also because of the way the one-child policy has been organized, it's often the case that that when families have, for example, a girl, that they can still have another child. So many of these, especially rural women, have brothers. The parents' need for support, like I didn't go into the hukou system because that's too complicated for this presentation, but the family members of my interlocutors who from rural backgrounds often do not have access to pensions and cannot retire. So this puts a lot of pressure on my interlocutors to make sure that they become successful enough to be able to take care of their parents in the future. Then access to the lower rungs of higher education system. So this is also a complicated story, but because of many ways, many kind of kinks in the system, it's still very difficult for young people from rural backgrounds to find their way into the more prestigious institutes in China. And then the general stigmatization of the rural and urban society is another very important point, because this is still an ongoing thing that actually people from rural backgrounds living in Chinese cities deal with people's negative ideas about what it means to be rural, and with like these kind of symbolic hierarchies that also have a serious effect on their lives. So this is, I'll keep it here. Oh, I'm 3 minutes over. I'm very sorry.
Thanks, Willie. Jessica?
Okay, hopefully I don't have any similar problems sharing my screen. We will see. Can everybody see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's a good thing. All right. Today I'm going to be presenting a short, very preliminary paper that is part of my larger dissertation project that is in its 11 of 12 months. So I am very much in that liminal state of, I think I have things going on in my dissertation, but I'm not exactly sure what they are. So this is my first stab at trying to understand some of the themes that I'm seeing coming up in my research. So I wanted to give you a little bit of context about the larger project, since this is just one very small part of it. I am doing my larger dissertation project aims to understand the impact of participating in higher education, the impact participating in higher education on Cambodia university students' perceptions of the purpose of schooling, their family relationships, and their next steps into adulthood, like getting a job and getting married. So one of the things that I really focus on in my interviews with my interlocutors is that getting a job and getting married piece. But today I'm going to be focusing on these two parts of their process going into university, choosing a major, and learning about potential career paths through volunteer opportunities and paid internships. In this talk, I'm going to focus on two current students' experiences, so Paul and Kiering, as they navigate and reflect on their time so far in their bachelor's degree programs. Taken together, I'm hoping that their experiences illuminate a distinction between how aspirations for mobility change as my interlocutors move to and through the cosmopolitan capital of Phnom Penh. I really also want to show that their journeys demonstrate how young people learn more about themselves and how they can support their families in the future. So like I was saying, this is part of my preliminary findings from ongoing dissertation research that I started in August of 2021 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. And so far I have conducted in-depth semi-structured interviews with roughly 31 people, 23 women, 2 gender fluid people, and 6 men who are either currently enrolled in university in Phnom Penh or who have graduated within the past 5 years. Although the interviews with students and alums make up the bulk of my data so far, I have also had informal conversations with 3 university lecturers and have participated in several online workshops and events targeted towards young Cambodians, focusing on soft skills development, such as storytelling and sharing motivational life stories, which is a very popular event programming workshop event, among other topics. So many of these events and some of my interviews needed to be conducted online due to COVID-19 case surges or bans very literal bans on in-person classes, which was only lifted at the largest public university in Phnom Penh at the beginning of May of this year. So we have a lot of contingency planning throughout the course of my fieldwork. This meant navigating a whole host of additional challenges for students, from finding cafes with excellent Wi-Fi, learning how to use Microsoft Teams for the first time, often learning what Microsoft Teams is included in that, and or making sure that they had enough Wi-Fi on your phone, data on their phone plan to cover all of their time spent in online classes, which can be hours upon hours. One of the most understandably common comments I hear from current students is just how frustrating that entire experience has been, especially on a social level. Some try to combat this frustration by inviting people in the same program to meet in person at a particular day and time on student Facebook groups. But that has only been possible since November 2021. So we see a lot more of that recently, and hopefully more social connections are happening that way. And for second and third year students in particular, it was their first time seeing their classmates. Many students keep their cameras off for both personal reasons and to conserve data and bandwidth, as we all do. While the university experience, quote unquote, in Cambodia differs from the more residential focus of university campuses, particularly common in the United States, not having a network to rely on for extra help in classwork or to turn to for guidance in navigating life challenges has had an impact on students, and that's in their words as well. In what follows, I describe two ways that these networks are particularly helpful for students in guiding students in choosing a major and finding internship or career exploration opportunities. So I'm going to start with Sopal. In a university context like Cambodia's, where changing majors is institutionally difficult, choosing a major is a significant decision for the trajectory of the next 4 to 5 years of students' lives. Yet often when people are confronted with a choice of majors to select from, they feel a lack of connection and context for what major they, quote unquote, should be pursuing based on their interests, as well as the career prospects that that major prepares them for. In other cases, people from outside of Phnom Penh simply are unaware of that there is such a variety of majors to choose from. What they know is limited to the subjects offered in their secondary schools or jobs available to them within their family and community networks. Thus, choosing a major for people from the provinces becomes a leap of faith they must take while also preparing for the National High School Exit Exam in their 12th grade year. A typical narrative of this kind of leap of faith is best personified through Sopal. Sopal is a 23-year-old woman who grew up in Prasat province, circled on the map there, which is just northwest of Phnom Penh. Her father is a rice farmer and her mother sells rice porridge at a roadside stand. She is currently in the 4th year of her international relations program at a large private university in Phnom Penh. However, she did not start her experience in university as an international relations major. After she graduated from high school, she initially chose to study math because she loved the subject and scored well in her math classes throughout middle and high school. So Paul did so well in her math classes that she often ran informal tutoring programs and took a lot of responsibility in helping her classmates during class as well. Her desire to take initiative and hold leadership positions in the school made her think that she was well suited to becoming a secondary math teacher in the future. Thus, pursuing a degree in math seemed like a logical next step in her journey through university. Her parents were very supportive of this goal. Teaching is considered a great job for women because it is stable employment, has more flexible hours, as Willie was also saying, and enables them to return to their hometowns, which my interlocutors say is what many of their parents hope for. She passed the National High School Exit Exam, also called the Backdop here, with a B, and was given a full scholarship to study math at the main public university, the Royal University of Phnom Penh. At the same time, she was also recommended for an all-women dormitory scholarship by her high school teachers, thereby easing all of the financial burden on her family to provide for her living and tuition expenses in Phnom Penh. However, after arriving in the city and seeing the diversity of majors and opportunities that people in her dormitory were taking advantage of, she realized that her current path was not what she wanted for her future. She took the time to ask upper-level students in the dormitories about their majors and career aspirations. She reviewed other universities' websites for additional information about majors they offered, and then ultimately made the decision to take the entrance exam for a few different universities' programs in international relations. Thankfully, she was accepted with a scholarship to her current program and started her university experience all over again. So Paul's experience switching majors touches on just how institutionally difficult and precarious it is to change majors while hoping to maintain a certain level of tuition scholarship, particularly for middle to low income students. There are a few aspects that made the process slightly easier for Sopal. The fact that she was able to achieve a B grade on her backed-up exam put her in a very favorable position to receive a scholarship from nearly any program at a public university. Although she would still have to take a university and program-specific entrance exam, her score on the backstop meant that this was largely a formality. Others who score in the C, D, or E range must find an alternate ways to fund their education, choose majors who have a large number of scholarships, or choose a program or university that has just a larger bank of scholarship resources. Tuition scholarships in this context are not attached to a student, but instead are affiliated with their programs of study. Thus, if a person decides that they want to change their major to a different college or school within the university, they will likely lose their tuition scholarship unless they restart the entire process. After a foundation year of classes focused on developing their English language capabilities, in Cambodia, it's often joint English and Khmer instruction, where students are expected to write in English as well as in Khmer, and they have reading materials in both languages as well. They also generally increase their competency in math and other relevant skills. Students primarily, if not only, have courses focused on their major of study. Thus, after that foundation year, the time spent in one's program starts to become a kind of sunk cost. The system expects that students have prior knowledge of the field they enter university to study, even though this is not always the case. The knowledge the students gain from this endeavor becomes a key point in their personal development and what they see as one purpose of their time in university. In addition to information about majors, many university students who grew up outside of Phnom Penh also have limited information on the diversity of career options. Part of this has to do with the lack of diversity of employment opportunities outside of the capital and the continued importance of agriculture throughout Cambodia. The majority of my interlocutors had at least one parent or guardian who currently worked in agriculture in some capacity. Furthermore, according to the 2019 national statistics, the highest proportion of workers in Cambodia continue to be employed in agricultural activities. For young people considering their options for pursuing higher education, this often meant that the jobs they were aware of were the jobs they saw in their communities. Vendors or market stall owners, salespeople or resellers, farmers, teachers, and doctors. Thus, they are often encouraged by their parents and family members to pursue a degree that could help them in pursuing one of these options, such as going to medical school or pursuing a business degree. My interlocutors looked to parents, aunts and uncles, older cousins, and older siblings to help guide them as well. For example, another interlocutor named Soka said she looked to her uncle as a source of inspiration. Since he was a teacher, she also wanted to become a teacher so that she could inspire young people, particularly young women, she said, in her community to pursue higher education in the same way that he had inspired her. However, like Sopal, Soka realized that despite her family's encouragement to become a teacher, it was not the career path for her. While advice from older relatives does end up working for some, many of my interlocutors must cross the threshold of the city in order to realize the variety of possibilities available to them and what would be best for them. On the other side of the equation, we have Kieng, who is a 21-year-old woman who grew up near the literal geographic center of Phnom Penh. She is also a fourth-year student like Sopal and is majoring in e-commerce at a private university in the city. Growing up, her father ran a printing shop out of the ground floor of their house, which provided enough income for her and her 3 siblings to attend private schools and an English language institute. However, Kieng said that her father's business was starting to decline as she was going through high school, and she felt compelled to help him. She began to look through her stationery and other supplies, thinking that she could sell some items to her friends to help pay for some of her school fees. Kieng's resourcefulness led her to start investigating what kinds of opportunities might be available to her at the end of high school. Thus, she started looking more seriously at business majors, which I take from the quote here. This is why I wanted to get into the business career. I was also motivated by some social events I volunteered with. Before I chose my major in university, I did some social events like volunteering with USAID when they were doing a STEM-focused project, just to find out what I could do. I want to participate in those events and find out what I'm really interested in. I heard that the National University of Management, another public university, is really popular in Cambodia for majoring in marketing or business. A lot of my lecturers also come from there. So I went to meet the director of the school, and he gave me one book called What I Wish I Knew When I Was 20. Back then I was 18, and I read that book and I found out that I'm just very interested in doing business. Kiang's process of choosing a major was partially aided by seeing her father's experience in running a business, but it was also an exploration on her part to find what aspects of running a business would best fit her interests and what major would help her achieve her goals. In some ways, Kiang's story is very similar to Sopal's. She realized that the interests she developed in high school would probably be a good fit for her as she chose her major to pursue for a bachelor's degree. In Sopal's case, her interest was studying math, which was then encouraged by her family because studying math in university could lead to a stable, recognizable job as a secondary teacher. Not to mention that teaching was also a familiar profession for her and her family. In Kiang's case, her aptitude in reselling her own still usable stationery materials led her to believe that she would be happy in a business career. Yet the opportunities to participate in social workshops and volunteer events, as well as the opportunity to meet with university directors and lecturers during her 12th grade year, meant that Kiang could begin progressing through a degree that interested and inspired her as soon as she started her classes. Sopal, on the other hand, needed to take the time to go through that process herself once she was able to access the kinds of resources that were openly available to Kiang throughout her time growing up in Phnom Penh. The process of leveraging the wide variety of resources available to young people was often raised by my interlocutors alongside the idea of learning about yourself. My interlocutors considered learning about oneself, which can be interpreted in many different ways these days, as part of their journey to and through university. While there are a multitude of ways to learn about oneself, one of the most common ways they describe for exploring their interests and potential career paths is through internship and volunteer opportunities. Internship and volunteer opportunities can, of course, take a variety of different forms. For instance, they could be regular, full, or part-time employment at a private company, research institute, or NGO that can last anywhere from 3 to 6 months, what we in general know as internships, right? They could also be unpaid positions engaging in a key issue at an institution like an embassy or a UN organization. Or they could be more community service-oriented volunteer opportunities that utilize skills from your degree program, such as volunteering in a mental health clinic for a psychology major, or joining a competition for a startup incubator for a business or economic development major. For young people in Phnom Penh like Kiang, this process can even begin in high school, as we see in her own experiences attending social events and workshops, describing different majors presented by the universities in the city. Additionally, the USAID affiliated events Kiang said she attended are often only available to youth within Phnom Penh, without very many distance learning opportunities, thereby giving young people who live in the city a different level of access to resources. Since both Kiang and Sopal's families are low to middle income, the fact that many of the internships available to students are paid internship positions is particularly attractive. If they do not have a scholarship to support their living expenses, like Sopal was luckily able to have, those internships can be a way to support themselves. A paid internship position also means that they do not need to ask their parents to help with their living expenses, which may be difficult and cause significant tension for some families. Instead, they may even be able to contribute some of their salary back to their parents while also learning about other potential career paths. And as Willie was also mentioning earlier, this can also be a way to help raise up their younger siblings as they're also exploring university opportunities. By taking on these extracurricular activities, they can both think of the present while also planning for the future. Part of the interest in participating what I currently consider these extracurricular internships is to gain experiences and build a network that enables people to exercise the kind of upward social mobility many seek upon graduating with a bachelor's degree. However, some families and sometimes students themselves worry that pursuing higher education will not result in a higher monthly salary than if they had just begun working after graduating high school. Kanika, a graduate of Phnom Penh University herself, who now runs professional development workshops at a learning center, told me in an informal interview the story of one student who was faced with this exact conundrum. The student had a part-time job working for his uncle, making $350 per month, which is largely considered a good salary, especially for someone who does not currently have a bachelor's degree. In his third year of university, his uncle was pressuring him to drop out of school and work with him full-time for $700 per month, an even more attractive offer. He came to Kanika asking for advice on what he should do. She advised him to negotiate with his uncle about continuing to work part-time until he graduated, at which point he could take that position on full-time while also completing his studies. She was really pushing him to finish his degree because she felt like people without a bachelor's degree just don't have access to this is a sentence that always gets me, don't have access to success in this century, and I quote. Her statement referenced the increasing prevalence of degree requirements on many jobs in private companies and NGOs in Phnom Penh. While the young man's uncle's job may provide him with a stable income now, Kanika reminded him to think about the impact of not having a degree on his future employment prospects as well. Gaining a $700 monthly salary may be attractive now, but if he delayed his earning potential just a little bit longer, Kanika reasoned, then he could have a more stable upward financial trajectory through finishing his degree program. Having both a salary now and potential earnings that a degree would provide, in Kanika's mind, would help his family in the long run. Thus far in my dissertation research, a distinction between people who grew up in the cosmopolitan capital and those who did not manifests in a differential access to resources and aspirations for what social mobility looks like. While Sopal's initial dream of becoming a public school teacher does provide the kind of financial stability and lifestyle that many people growing up in the provinces aspire to, her journey through university in Phnom Penh completely changed her trajectory. Meeting new people in her dormitory and learning from their experiences provided her with a new way to frame her propensity for leadership roles that she is now realizing as she's preparing to take the next steps post-graduation. King also went through a journey of learning about herself, but she was also able to do so 2 years ahead of Sopal, before she took her backed up exam and indicated what major she wanted to pursue in university. The delay Sopal experienced in realizing her trajectory is unfortunately common for young Cambodians as they come to university in Phnom Penh from provinces. Fortunately, however, both young women are ultimately pursuing a path they feel is appropriate for them and one they hope will provide a kind of upward social mobility coded as stable and well-paid employment that university degrees promise. So, with that,
Thanks, Jessica. Hiram?
Yes. Right. Well, thanks, Leah, and also Teju for inviting me to be part of this conference. And I also want to thank Jessica and Willie for contacting me and give me more little background of their research, which is quite helpful for me to understand where they're coming from. So I'm going to I'm operating between two computers, so the way you see my eyes movement is going to be a bit strange. So as if I'm not looking at the camera. So I'm going to comment on Willie's paper first. Of course, both papers share certain commonalities. And the questions I'm going to raise is about the larger political economy context for the kinds of educational mobility that both papers address. For Willie's paper, there are several themes come to mind. One theme is about involution. I'm not sure whether you're aware of the popularity of involution as a social keyword now in China. Obviously, we know involution as an academic word. It's more for intellectual discussion. The reason why involution comes to mind is because a lot of the issues that you're dealing with, all the cases you're showing that 7 years after graduation, all of them are doing not so well. They become disappointed, they work extremely hard, and they don't really see themselves getting the kinds of mobility that they expect. So that's where involution comes into play. So of course, as an academic word, anthropologist Clifford Geertz has discussed, he might be one of the first ones, maybe not the very first one, but he's one of the early ones to use involution to discuss Java, the colonial Java under the Dutch rule, as an agrarian society, because of internal, external conditions, it has created a situation that can be described as intensification without change. And then you also have China historian Philip Huang, who had also used the word involution in a Chinese context in his study of agrarian societies in China in the Ming and Qing dynasty, in which he basically is using it to refer to a process of society in which, because of the growing population and the scarcity of land resources, so in the end, the situation is you have more and more, you have to put in more and more labor input, yet the return is getting lower, right? So that becomes the process of what he calls involution, or involutionary growth, or growth without development. In recent few years, involution has become a popular social keyword in China, which parents, students, pretty much everybody would use to describe their own situation. That is, they're working harder, yet they're not getting as much return as they had hoped. So the pressure is on, and people, of course, try to understand what's going on, why do they have that kind of experiences, etc. So it seems to me that you can bring that word, this concept, into your discussion as to why the mobility is not really going to the place where people had expected. I mean, there is certainly a gender dimension to what you have described. However, there is also much more general experience of that involution and perception of involution as well. And also taking a bit beyond China, that you might want to discuss, is there a global experience of involution? It's not just limited to China. It's not exactly limited to developing countries either. So there is a global experience of involution. Do we see a difference between the global north and global south in this respect? And what is so particular about China? If I would just have to say what is so particular about China, I would say that, you know, unemployment rate in many countries is very high, including in some European countries, very high. I'm not sure, the difference might be how Chinese people are talking about it. How do they discuss it? How do they perceive it? And how do they analyze it? So I think that might be an interesting angle for you to consider. Especially, yeah, when in all the cases, how do people understand? You might want to ask your interlocutors, you know, do they use the word involution? In Chinese, it's called 内卷. Right? Do they use it? How do they understand it? Do they think it's relevant to their experiences, etc.? So I think by doing that, then basically you're bringing in a kind of political economy into your discussion, not just a political economy in China, of course it is, but also perhaps you can expand it globally to discuss the kinds of experience of not only just political economy, but also at the experiential level, how youth today, you know, in today's context, in this particular historical juncture, how they experience it. How do they experience the political economy at their physical, emotional level? So that'd be one point. And then the other point I want to bring on is the concept of patriarchy. In your paper, you talk about patriarchy, but I think it seems to me that it's left at a very general level. It's not quite specifically discussed. According to a Chinese Marxist feminist, Professor Song Shaopeng, she actually pointed out that in China, we don't have one word for patriarchy. In fact, there's 3 words, which all related to patriarchy. So you have this kind of patriarchy as literally sort of the fatherly, you know, power. But you also have the patriarchy as expressed as the husband's power, the relationship between husband and wife. And you also have patriarchy perhaps manifested as male power. So in the Chinese context, now all these different manifestations of patriarchy had been discussed, especially in the process of Chinese Revolution, when they try to deal with the problem, right? At the different kinds of relations you experience. So anyway, I think it's interesting to bring the discussion of patriarchy a bit more specifically in this Chinese social context. And so, and also the question of, one of the questions of the context is, what about now? In one case, you discussed how Olivia, she wanted to help her brother to get married. Now, that's usually the role, the function of parents, right? The parents are supposed to have the role to see that their son get married. And we know that in China today, you know, basically the family of the bride's family basically have to put a huge amount of money, prepare apartments, you need to have cars, and the price of getting married, the cost of getting married is getting higher and higher. Is that a patriarchy? Now, I'm just sort of thinking about, is it patriarchy? What is it? There's a marketization process of going on, marketization of marriage, right? Can we attribute that just to patriarchy or to something else? So I think this is something maybe we should actually think a bit further about, so that your discussion can be more specific, pertaining both to the Chinese context and also to the question of now. When everything is marketized, we're talking about your marriage, you know, can be counted in terms of how much how much money you need to prepare for someone to get married. So there's a monetary value, you know, tag to marriage. So anyway, these are the questions I have for Willie's paper. And one last thing is about catching up. You have in the title, catching up. What is it catching up? Is it catching up with what? It almost feels to me it's kind of like catching up with reality, because usually people think of catching up as mobility, right? But it seems like in your paper, it's actually people not able to catch up with their expectations, with their dreams, but it's actually catching up with reality. So the catching up is interesting. It seems to have potentially multiple meanings. And then there's also a question of education migrants. If you define education migrants as people who moved from the countryside to the city as to use education as a venue for mobility, then the current education migrants are X generations of education migrants. So if you write dissertation, you might also be interested in comparing different generations in China who are education migrants in different social contexts. So that might be interesting, which also might help you highlight what is so particular about the current generation now. Okay, and then about Jessica's paper. Of course, I know less about Cambodia, but I find it also interesting. I'm learning also from your paper. The question I have is more about context. So at what historical conjuncture in Cambodia do we place the rural-urban disparity? So the question of political economy, of national aspirations for development and policies for development, and you already done that in your dissertation. Just for this paper, I'm sort of thinking how you might bring state, regional political economy, and globalization into the context of understanding the experiences. Because otherwise we're kind of parachuted into stories, not actually, especially for us who we're not really experts on Cambodia. So we need to have that kind of context. But also I think it's important to bring the political economy, the questions of development into the personal individual life experiences, to see the imprints, how these things are mapped into their own subjective experiences and their own choices. There's a question of at the social level, for example, both in the city and in the countryside, how do people of different social classes and how do government, how do elites, how do media represent rural-urban distinctions? That is, how is rural-urban distinctions socially perceived? in a more general way. And then at the university level, what are the main manifestations of rural-urban distinction and disparity? For example, what about enrollment rate? How many, what is the percentage of students at the university who are from the countryside or who are from the city? Because for example, in China, we can see top universities, you can actually see the percentage of students from rural background declining over years. So you have more and more basically students come from urban background in top universities. And so the question is, what is it like for Cambodia? And then how do your interlocutors perceive ruralness? Because this is a question about moving to the city. So how do they perceive ruralness, and how do they perceive rural-urban distinctions? Because what you have presented are experiences, the choices you make, etc. But we're not getting as much of their perceptions and how their perceptions may have changed. Have their perceptions changed or deepened in the whole process? So I think these are things you might want to also, in your conversation with them, maybe discuss with them, and then make it also a point for analysis. I'm also quite curious in terms of the choices of programs, how they choose programs. What kind of role would their teachers play? I mean, you talked about how they talk to their parents, to their relatives, they observe people around them, but it seems like there's an absence of a role for their high school teachers to be consultant on this issue. And what about the role of media? Usually people watch TVs, they might get some idea, maybe not so realistic, but they get some idea of what kind of possible programs that they can get enrolled in, etc. So these are the things seems to be a bit absent right now in how your interlocutors discuss these things. So are they really absent, or is it because they haven't thought about sharing those with you? And then one interesting question about moving to the city is it really is, in terms of educational mobility, it really is a double-edged sword. Because I see that also going on in China. In the last 20 years, a lot of the local governments in China, they're moving village schools to townships and moving township schools to the county level. So you're having the kinds of experience that Willie is talking about, that the young generation of rural students don't have very much experience of the rural society, of the villages. They are different from first-tier city students, yet they're not the rural students that their parents used to be. So this kind of detachment from rural life may help with their mobility to some extent. They get exposed to the city life a bit early on in their life. Yet, however, in the context of a society where still there's a large agrarian sector, you have their children uprooted from the rural society much early on. So that creates also problems. So that might be also an issue. I don't know whether your interlocutors have any ambivalence about it, or are they just very happy about the movement, about moving to the city, or the parents have any ambivalence, or what? I see that in China to some extent. I mean, on the one hand, yes, everybody wants to go to the city to work, but now because of the stressfulness of the city, there is not mainstream, yet there is to some extent, people are thinking about the countryside as a possibility of a future, at least backup plan, especially with epidemic, things become more precarious, etc. So yeah, so I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. There's so much there for the panelists definitely, but also for all of us who look at the rural in some way or the other. Jessica and Willie, if you'd like to respond.
was about to say, I can start responding. If Willie, you want to jump in at any point, there's a lot of great questions. So thank you so much, Hairong. This is actually really helping me frame like some of the things that I have not coded yet in my interviews. So thank you for those questions. And one of the things that I was hoping to get to in this paper, but ended up coming a little bit short of, is that perceptions piece. And you rightfully called me out for it, so thank you. This idea of like what the rural actually signifies is something that I'm still kind of working through a bit, because there is a sense that the city is not a desirable place for everyone, and what aspects of the city are desirable and undesirable are intriguing, because it doesn't just rely on like employment availability, increased cosmopolitan lifestyle kinds of things. In fact, I see a lot of split, even among men and women, about whether or not the city is a good place for cosmopolitan living, or if they can just take the things that they've learned and the connections they've built and go back to the rural area where it's less dirty, where it's where there isn't as much danger, where there's more family and connection. So for some people, that's a way of taking the cosmopolitan to their hometowns. That I think is just a really interesting. I wasn't expecting that kind of response at first, and so I'm very intrigued by that. But this question of development and how development discourse is impacting people is very much a part of that, because in Cambodia, just to do a really brief rundown, the university system was built up post independence from the French in the 1950s and 60s, but then came to a crashing halt with the Khmer Rouge genocide in the 1970s. So the university movement that's happening right now is really very new. And so there's still only about a 12% enrollment of the general population in university in Cambodia, which is not a lot. So it is still kind of coded as this middle or aspirational middle to upper middle income area. But the scholarships kind of reflect that. There aren't a lot of scholarships for people from the provinces. And like I was saying with the national entrance exam, it's really only for the people who score an A. But the caveat there is you kind of have to pay for it, because the public-private education system in Cambodia is such that you get a half day of teaching, and unless you pay, you can't access the other half, which is still content teaching. So there's a lot of like phasing out for people in rural areas in that way, not just in terms of needing to move to access secondary schools, but also in terms of whether or not their family and their siblings can support them continuing on in school. So thank you for that. I have clearly not included that in some of the discussion, so thank you. Of course, I could keep going, but I do want to give Willie some time to respond, but thank you so much for your questions. I hope that starts to answer some of the context questions that you had.
Yeah, also thank you for me for very inspiring remarks. It's extremely useful to get this type of feedback. I also want to apologize again, especially to Jessica, for my technical glitch that caused some delay. So I hope it didn't stress you out. In relation to the comments, like yeah, I will definitely look at like using the concept of involution. Like I'm familiar with it, like in a kind of the popular term and how it's being used, but I'm also interested in looking at the literature more closely. I have recently was involved in the suspension project with Xiangbiao, and that concept has been useful, but the Nejuan is something that I'm less familiar with. And the and I also think it's interesting, the questions about like how do they see it and the emotional experience of the political economy, because this is actually a topic that I try to breach with my interlocutors often, and I kind of ended the paper with it. I don't know if you saw that. I often get a lot of pushback to those types of questions, because my interlocutors will be like, I don't want to think about why. This is the way it is, and I find these questions. They find these questions annoying because they feel like, what's the use of this? Like, why do I need to understand? But at the same time, this is interesting because now, of course, they're also becoming a little bit more mature, and so the conversation with Olivia this time started with her wanting to make a big declaration, like, I have some news. I've changed my position. Now I realize, like I didn't realize it before, but now I really realize like how disadvantaged I've been. I've realized like all the obstacles that I've been fighting throughout my life. I was very naive, thinking I could accomplish everything. But in recent months, I've learned that like actually there are a lot of forces kind of fighting, pushing me down. So she became more aware of them. But in some ways, like as this is also something I've thought about with the concept of aspirations and like how people kind of learn about what's possible, like as they move through life. In some cases that also has led to, for example, one interlocutor whose life I didn't discuss today, kind of having a breakdown because of becoming more aware of the forces that are kind of preventing her mobility. So yeah, definitely want to also think more about the patriarchy and like how it takes shape, and the reference is very useful. So yeah, and also in relation to the way marriage dynamics are playing out with the lack of women these days, I think is really interesting to think about that more, and whether or in which ways the term is applicable still. And then the catching up. Yeah, it's interesting that came out because it was a little bit, just for me, a quick way to be like, okay, I'm catching up with my respondents, but then actually it's also interesting that in the end it ends up relating to the content of them catching up with the realities of their own lives. So maybe that's actually something that I'll be able to use in the future. But yeah, I've taken a million notes and just feel very thankful for you engaging with my work and for your very insightful comments. So I look forward to thinking about them more.
My pleasure.
Thanks again, Hairong. We're very grateful, for the time that you took. Any general comments, questions from anybody in the room?
People are a little bit tired maybe after 2 days.
I also have a lot of notes and a lot to process, but I really like the way it sort of came back to something that Biao had raised in earlier panel about education and mobility, and to think of it in relation to a political economy, which on the one hand promotes a lot of individual mobility, but is also structurally very immobile in some ways. So to sort of, and I mean, there's so many points, right? Like, what is the rural now? I mean, that's also something that, to not think of the rural as something that's static, but to sort of catch up with the rural, if you will, to keep staying with the dynamics of how the rural is shifting as well. So just some things that sort of, I know that I will think with.
Yeah, I think it will be very interesting to think about the changing position of the kind of educated rural young people in the Chinese economy, because like it's been so clear in the literature, like the important role that say rural labor migrants have played, in the growth of the Chinese economy in recent decades. But for example, these young people, like I think as the economy is also shifting, from a production more to like a service economy, they actually fulfill a very important role in taking up a lot of these new jobs and continuing to push like the growth of the urban economies. Because like you also see it, it's very interesting in Chinese cities, like it's called sometimes the grabbing wars, that actually Chinese city governments are very interested in attracting these young people to their cities and kind of give all sorts of advantages for young people to settle in their cities, because they're also an important group that can continue to buy those apartments and to kind of be the consumers in these economies. So that's definitely something that I've kind of been wanting to think about more deeply. Like what are actually, like, what does this group of young people do in the new Chinese economy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think on the one hand, there is the dynamic that Willie is talking about. On the other hand, just this year, we have 10 million people, students graduating from universities, 10 million. So the employment pressure is really high. and the percentage of people getting employed, it's just every year people are counting and just sort of, certainly there's a lot of pressure. And every time you have top level students, from top level universities, even PhDs, masters or PhDs, they find jobs in small towns or in small counties, or they do jobs which are more manually related, that always make into news because that it's so much challenging people's expectation of mobility. So I think these kind of very contradictory dynamics. On the one hand, there is this, cities are competitive with each other, try to grab the talents. On the other hand, you have younger people have anxiety of getting employed, getting the kinds of job they wanted, etc. So it's very great contradictions, and people also feel, okay, why the country is soaring in its development, we are not soaring at the same time. So if 20 years ago people have the expectation that education can change your destiny, can change your fate or whatever, now people have much less and less optimism about that. That's the reason why I also posed that question to Jessica, that it seems like in Cambodia, people still have a lot of hope in relation to education, to higher education. And the kinds of hope, I think that kind of hope in China is now dampened because the situations, 40 years of marketization, etc., it's coming to a different conjuncture, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, I know, and you have a question, so I'll just make it really quick. That hope was actually kind of surprising because I'm so used to the lack of hope, I guess, from the US higher education system, or the kind of fatal hope and degrees getting employment, that it really struck me when I first got here and started talking to my interlocutors about how excited they were to get their degrees. I mean, given that they're the first, everyone that I've talked to is the first in their family to get a bachelor's degree. All but one, I have to say, all but one. It might be caught up in that, and seeing as then being a part of that kind of global community that they can contribute to the development of Cambodia, which is a common phrase that people use. I want to contribute to the development of my country and this industry 4.0 future. That may or may not include media and Facebook and all of these other things, but is definitely including a lot of digital marketization of transactions and online businesses that they're very interested in pursuing. So, sorry.
But before that, Hairong, Tejaswini is asking for the reference that you had mentioned about the 3 meanings of patriarchy.
Yeah, I can send it to you. Let's see, how do I do this? Let me send it to you by in chat. I'll send, but I only have this in Chinese, so so would that be a problem?
And please go on.
Yes, thanks so much for the presentations in the panel and also the comments. Really, I see a lot of similarities, but also it helps me a little bit to push thinking. So what is specific about these Tibetan women who move back to the Tar, and what makes them different to the women from rural Hebei who, yeah, in their future. So this is really insightful. And also, Hairong, thank you so much for pointing out this involution, because just recently I came about a WeChat post by a friend who talks about her mental health and gym going, and how she does not care about involution, and how she does not want to think about peer pressure and have internal friction. And so this was really interesting that you raised this and put it a little bit in a broader historical context. So really, I wanted to ask you also back to the question of the meaning of the rural. There is some work on recent Tibetan graduates from university education, and this push in China towards the entrepreneurial self that in some Tibetan rural communities, but for graduates, links up to a revalorization of the rural and opportunities to kind of think about how to reconnect to the homeland, it's called in Tibetan, Peyul, and to kind of develop products or develop tourism or make something new that kind of connects the knowledge they have acquired by living in cities for a long time, but then kind of starting their own business connected to their home region and valorizing it. So I was wondering if you see anything like this with your interlocutors, or if this whole idea of the entrepreneurial self is not so much there, or it is there but not necessarily linked back to thinking what one can do with one's region of origin.
I think the idea of the entrepreneurial self is definitely there. I've also been thinking a lot about all the new sales jobs that a lot of my interlocutors are doing. A lot of them are basically entrepreneurs, working in all these companies, without contracts, but for certain what do you call it, commissions. So my interlocutors are very entrepreneurial, but it's not really connected to the idea of the homeland, because that's what I think is kind of particular then about the context of Hubei. There were some of my interlocutors that already lived, they are from villages that are already kind of been taken over, basically the way the land is managed by what is called these dragon-head companies. And these are ways to kind of change the way the land is used. So their families now get very small compensation fees for no longer having access to the land, and the land is managed by big companies. They can still work there for an hourly wage, but they can no longer, it's no longer theirs. So in those areas, of course, sometimes they still have a house there, but there's no real way of sustaining life in those places. So these young people are really looking for another place to make home. And then there are some parts, of course, it very much depends on dynamics in a local community. There's other parts where, especially when conditions are a bit better and people have access to more land, it's more difficult to also kind of facilitate this process. So there, sometimes families are still farming and very attached to their land. But also the ideas about doing that type of labor, I felt like a lot of my interlocutors had very negative ideas about that, and are very invested in the idea of not only not being farmers, but also not being workers. They also talked about workers very often as that's not what we are. We are this new thing. We are graduates. And not having spent much time in the countryside, sometimes I remember, for example, at some point, one of my interlocutors went on a weekend trip to kind of a rural, a homestead, and she took all these pictures where she was posing in front of this rural house and with flowers in the field and posting this on social media. And when I talk with her, I was but isn't that kind of same places where your family is from? And she's yeah, it kind of is, but still, it's cute. They really have are very invested in this project of becoming an urban youth, and So the idea of going back or doing something entrepreneurial in a sort of home place is something that I don't really come across.
I know it wasn't directed at me, but actually one of the things I'm really excited about is talking to more students at the Rural University of Agriculture in the next couple of weeks. I was just introduced to some people, so I am very intrigued about how that recategorization of rural might be different for people doing international relations majors who are very focused on looking at politics outside of Cambodia, because you cannot discuss politics inside of Cambodia very much unless you have the correct position. So maybe when I talk to other people outside of these kinds of more cosmopolitan majors, I might find a little bit more of that return that I have started to kind of see in the economic development majors that I've talked to, but not as much in pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, or maybe not necessarily a return, but trying to come up with something new that combines things from different worlds they encountered, right? And by that kind of reshaping the relationality between center, periphery, urban, rural, and so on. Yeah, maybe this could be interesting.
Yeah, because I've definitely heard people talk about agricultural tech being something that they're interested in. So yeah, like what do you call it? Like making sure the sprinklers or like different irrigation processes are using tech on smartphones, but of course then they come up with the problem that a lot of people in Cambodia have smartphones, but you can't always get signal. So this like techification of their family's farm becomes a little bit more complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I actually also wanted to had one point that I forgot to include, that like, yeah, there's, of course, there's so much between rural and the urban, and all these towns and like kind of smaller kind of, you know, like Jingmen is like it's like the urban center of the rural community where a lot of my students are from. Of course, that is an interesting option to kind of develop a life there. But also, I think one point that I'd like to develop in the future as well is that, for example, it also depends which province like students are from. For example, I can imagine if people go from like Tibetan areas and they go to like one of the, you know, like say Chongqing to study, that there's like this idea that they're very far away from home. But for a lot of my interlocutors, it was also they really extended their idea of home to include, for example, Wuhan. We're from here, we're from Hubei, so it's not so strange for them also to be like, actually, we're already at home. So that also complicated it a little bit.
I think it's also interesting to note that in China, the Chinese government is promoting, not exactly, I mean, before they used to talk about urbanization as being cosmopolitan, but now they more promote about 小城镇化, which is a small townization, which is somewhere in between big city and the countryside. So that's the mid-range, somewhere the mid-level urbanization is now more promoted by the government. And also associated with Chinese middle class, there is to some extent the making rural nostalgia an object for consumption. So there's that as well. So to some extent, you see the kinds of, instead of seeing rural-urban dichotomy, they're looking for somewhere in between to rebalance the relationship.
If I can just quickly bring in Tejaswini's, you know, her work on the digital and the conversation that we've been having. If any of you have thoughts on how the digital and the rural sort of, you know, Willie, you mentioned about the pictures, that's something that, you know, and Hairong about the consumption of the nostalgia for the rural, all of these sort of, how they're sort of digitally, you know, sort of organized, navigated, algorithmized, or what, any thoughts, comments? And Tejaswini, if you want to come in on that as well.
No, thank you, Leah, for asking that. Of course, I was very curious as to how the relationship between rural and urban is mediated through digital means. But of course, the issue of no electricity, no signal is very familiar. But in spite of that, there are many other ways of being online and offline, sequentially, etc. And I think we can't really think of any space of interaction that today is not mediated by the digital, right? So yeah, I don't seek any specific inputs on that, but if you had any thoughts relating to your fieldwork in Phnom Penh and Willie in your own, great to hear them.
Actually, during the pandemic, there's been an increase, which I think might be happening for everyone who is able to across the world, of exploring your local in Cambodia. And as I've been trying to insert myself into various like influencer communities and things like that in Cambodia, one of the things that keeps coming up are these kinds of ecotourism, not parks, but sites. They're not necessarily like housing or lodging, like a resort type of thing, but they're also these places that people visit and then post about and then tell other people. And then I see multiple TikToks doing the exact same thing. So in that sense, the rural is seen as like this return to an agrarian past, which is very important in Cambodia. This idea of the glory of Angkor, and that being fed off the back of these rice terraces and this amazing, what do you call it, aquaculture system, is very much a part of like the Cambodian ethos and national identity. So that's one part of it. The other part is there's crazy statistics about how 97% of people in Cambodia have access to a cell phone with internet access. And then I'm confronted, one of the things that didn't make it into my paper, unfortunately, was this idea that you have access to these things in different Facebook communities, and then you're completely left out of some things because you just don't know the search terms. You don't know what aspects of, or what universities are even in Phnom Penh to be able to search, because one of the things that is interesting about doing my research now is Google searches rarely turn up anything great. So I have to like start networking through people and learning what universities are available to students and what universities aren't. There's some that have closed during the pandemic. There's some that have opened. So this kind of word of mouth reliance is making that kind of digital mediation even more difficult for people who don't even know what search terms they should be looking for, which makes that kind of like rural to urban migration in majors, as well as what universities to apply to, really difficult for some people.
Yeah, the only thing I'm really able to think of right now is just about how sometimes interlocutors, it was also during the pandemic, but can, if there is such a thing as a home, because some people just really don't have it, that they can go there and kind of continue what they were doing in the city. So for some of their types of work are becoming a little bit like through the digital, completely disconnected from place. Like one line of work, it's called Weishang, like doing business through the app Weixin, is just like selling all sorts of things online. For example, like is something that like I have heard people do like while going back to their home village. Also, for example, yeah, like during the pandemic, people were locked up. Many of my interlocutors left Wuhan right before lockdown and went back to the villages, and then continued to sell like very popular like subscriptions to casinos, all sorts of things that keep people entertained during lockdown. So in that way, sometimes the digital can help a little bit connect maybe the rural and the urban. And other thing that I find very interesting sometimes is to look at online discussions about rural-urban relations. There's a lot of blogs and like places where people kind of vent their frustrations and discuss their position in the city. And I always find these very inspiring places to see how people make sense of their experiences in the city and what the vocabulary is. And so that's another kind of way the digital sometimes features in my work. But I'm sorry, I don't have a very interesting answer to your question, I think.
If I can just add one very minor point, at least in the context I work in, there's also language, and the vernacular comes in a lot more with the rural on digital spaces. In many ways, not just Gujarati, but also in the aesthetics, in a lot of how the self is performed. We're at 2:34. I'm very sorry that we ran over time, but we'll officially close, and those who want to stay on and chat, please feel free to do so. Thank you again, Tejaswini, for helping us to put this together. We thoroughly enjoyed it, and thank you, Haidong, and to all the other discussants who are not here, but thank you so much for your academic generosity. Haidong, thank you for staying on.
Thank you for bringing this together. I was listening attentively, but didn't want to, because it's not my field, but I learned a lot, especially from Hairon's comments. So that was wonderful. And just want to thank all the organizers for bringing this together. It's been a wonderful session. Yeah.
Same here.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you to Satvik and the IT team. for helping us stay online.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We'll officially close. Please to stay back in chat.
Yes. Thank you very much, Hiram, for your comments.
Yeah,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.